I also want to mention that our fund 2 is going to close on December 15th in 10 days. If you want to participate, the minimum investment that you can do in the fund is $10,000. The maximum is $250,000. We have done the first cash call. There are 83 charter members who are already part of the fund. We want more and more participation. We are looking for more charter members to join this fund. You have 10 more days to go. Please be in touch with Shankaram, who is the chair of SoCal Angels, myself, or incoming President Assis Sabu, and we will help you in signing up for the fund. Let's come together, let's invest in great startups, and then make some money here. Because one of the thought that we have at TiE is to create wealth, and we feel that investing in startups is one of the ways to create wealth. There are some of the other things here. Partnership between TiECON and Government of India, Startup India initiative. Why this is important? This is important because India is the biggest unicorn. They produce more unicorn than anywhere else right now, at least this year. By the end of 2020, in December 2020, there were 38 unicorns in India. India has added 40 new unicorns this year between January and November 30th. The total number of unicorns stands at 78. Again, why it is correlated to angel investments and angel fund? Because out of these 78 unicorns that India has produced, we have the 70%, the data says that 70% of those startups which became unicorn in India were formed in less than 5 years, which is a very sweet spot for angel investment to happen. Early investment in those companies can bring you great results. It can give you great return on your investment. This is why it is important. Give us one more month. By the end of December or early January, you will see that startups from India will be coming to our platform, and they will be pitching on every third Wednesday of the month at TiECON meetings. My ask is just to participate. This is a volunteer-run organization. All of us, myself, my whole executive team, everybody is a volunteer, and this is what we produce. We just did a large event on November 11th at Hyatt, which was our second investor summit. It was only happened because everybody participates, could donate their time, become our member, and then be part of it, and let's make this a more vibrant group. I would also like to show you this brochure. You may have received it in your bags. This is a lot of hard work has gone into it. It has been designed in India, printed over here, and please take a look. A lot of information about TiECON history, TiE global history, terminology related to startups is listed in here. All our charter members are also have their profile, and few advertisements are also in there, so please check it out. What we do, so two type of membership. One is charter membership, which I told you, it is an invite-only club. An existing charter member can recommend another charter member to participate in it. And then we have general membership. We do monthly events. I hope the incoming president, Assis, when he takes over from me in January, will carry on that tradition and will be doing a monthly event. That is generally on Zoom or at times physical. It is also a great place to network with fellow members, charter members, and new guests. TiE Global, we are part of TiE Global, which, as I said earlier, are in 14 countries, 61 chapters. They have 11 states. So if you have any special interest group that you would like to participate, like fintech, health tech, emerging technology, social entrepreneurship, manufacturing, gaming and media, there are 11 of those, and these are closed LinkedIn groups. You have to be a charter member to participate in that. But think of it, now you are participating with like-minded people in 14 countries in that area. So it is a big benefit that TiE Global has given us to participate in those states. Point two, as I said earlier, 83 investors are already there, now 84, since Ananta has decided to invest. So now we are looking for more investment. We have 152 charter members. The goal from Shankaran that he has given me, the target that let's motivate people to invest in our fund too. Minimum investment only $10,000. We can't guarantee you any returns or this many X you will get. You have to do your own diligence. But we, in our executive committee, there are members who have been doing it for the last 15, 20, 30 years, and they have made many, many successful exits. So good place to be and learn from them. I will talk a little more about the Fund 2020 and Fund 2021. So the Fund 2020 was started, I was happy and lucky that it started under my tenure. We had 82 or 83 members in there. We generated $1.15 million. We have invested everything from that fund in 12 companies. This is our investment process. In the Fund 2020, we got total number of 600 plus pitch decks, and 2% of those startup got the funding. And this is how we went from, every month we get about 50 to 60 pitch decks. Out of that, there is a pre-screening committee who will check it out, and then 4 companies are selected who will be presenting via Zoom. And then there is deep dive, due diligence, and then the term sheet negotiation, and then the investment. What is good about our fund is that from the day of pitching to the investment decision is done as soon as the pitching ends, but the investment will take less than 30 days from the day that they pitch. Again, this is the process that we go through. A lot of thought has gone into it. A lot of experience has been gathered from all the angel investors that we have in our group to make this process really seamless, and it has worked out for us for so long. We have a fund automation platform. If you are our fund member, you get access to this platform. There are 24 TiE groups here in US which are going to be participating in this process with us. What does that mean? That the deal that comes to us or the deal that the Silicon Valley chapter is getting or Boston is getting, we have access to that. So really this platform helps us in getting qualified deal. You get to see the profile and everything is well organized here for the startup founders to look at their pitch deck, look at their product demo, look at their profile, who they are, who have invested in them. Everything is listed in here through this platform. So all the 83 fund members are part of it. If you want to participate, get in touch with myself or Assis and we will onboard you on this platform. This is the portfolio logos of the 2020 fund. We invested in 12 companies in the fund 2020, and we just made an investment decision in the fund 2 for EcoSol. The name of the company is EcoSol, and they are an environmental products company. I'll read it out here. Their mission is to give every home a greener soul and promote an eco-friendly, environmentally responsible and soulful lifestyle. Their vision is to build world's largest selection of natural, bio-based and organic products that span every nook and corner of your home. They are the largest manufacturer of bamboo-based home goods and home products for food and beverages, and a good company to look at. Ecosol.com, I believe, but their website is ecosolhome.com. And all their products are USDA certified signature collection of bamboo products. For the deal flow, we not only market ourselves via various social media platforms, but these are the investor group that we have partnered with. Many of the members of these investor group are here with us in the audience, and they help us in deal flow. So we share our deal to them, they share their deal to us. So in total, in the fund, we have a very good process of getting qualified deals so that we can use collective wisdom and then do our due diligence, share our documents, and then do the investment in that. This is the TiE SoCal Angels Fund board. Many of them here. Navneet is not here right now, and so is Venkat. I think they are running a little late, but they will come. TiE is also a fund group. So forget about investment, forget about anything in business that we do. Look at the pictures. One more. We are big in golf. be it Irvine area, be it Orange County, people do really travel long way to come and play golf with the TiE fraternity of chapter members. I tried to put everything in a nutshell. This is the executive committee efforts that we did in last 2 years. We started with 47 chapter members. Today we have 152 by Ananta joining us today. So again, this slide is wrong, but those are the numbers. We started with 106 general members. Right now we have 276. The total membership is 428. And the best part is that what I am happy about, that now there are transactional business happening between our charter member. This is one of the things that was very dear to me, that in between our charter members, the business should happen. The first right of refusal should go to the charter member, because these are trusted partners. They can become your vendor, they can become your customer, but these are the people who you can really trust. And what I understand from my charter member feedback, that charter members between each other also give each other discounts for their services. Other than that, in the last 2 years we did 2 TiECON. The first TiECON last year was our first time experiment, a digital TiECON. But this year we decided that enough is enough. We are not going to be bogged down by coronavirus, and we decided to do this event and look at it. And I see so many happy faces. Thank you so much. Some of the other facts: 52 TiE Connect. Ravi was leading that, and thank you so much, Ravi, for doing the TiE Connect events for us. That really helped all of us during the COVID time together, and it was happening every day. And people were showing up. We started with about 5-6 people. At the peak, there were 50 people showing up every day on a Zoom call, just sharing their experience, what they are hearing about Corona and whatnot. And that started in 2020 April, and we continued it for many weeks, almost on a weekly, on a daily basis. So far, we have done 20 startup pitching event. Our pitching event happens on 3rd Wednesday of the month. Again, this month also it will be on Zoom. So if you want to participate in it, let us know, and we will give you the Zoom link to attend and have the experience of that. None of this is possible without the platinum sponsors that we have. Look at those companies. Commercial Bank of California, they have a booth in the next room. Please go visit them. Naveen Chug will be here in some time. As Patel from Commercial Bank, he is going to speak today. Emirates Akbar Hussain, I don't know if he's here or not. Oh, right there, Akbar Hussain is there. We are trying to negotiate some deal with Emirates to give TiE chat members a unique code for some discount for going back to India and going to Europe, and also going to the Middle East. Straddling Azad World, Beyond Codes Gaurav, 21st century, JR Shah is here. Thank you, JR. JR has been kind enough to agree to become our platinum sponsorship, and so is Gaurav Kumar from Beyond Codes. And these guys are great. The media partners, they are covering us. Diya TV is telecasting this event live today, and we are also live on all our social media platforms. TV Asia is going to be here, or they may already be here. Please go and get your interview done. They are going to run a show on us in their community roundup program next week. I have a question to ask. So, sorry about that. The incoming president, Assis Sabu, he is a good friend, and I promise you, we are going to be in very good hands. And why I say this, he's a co-founder of Startup Steroid with me. I have worked with him daily. We have a standing call at 10 a.m. every day, 7 days a week, to put TiE things. So from 10 to 10:30 every day, we talk about TiE SoCal, the events, what to do, what not to do, what are the learnings, and we reach out to all our charter members and all. So really thank you, Assis, for agreeing to lead us in the next year, and I know you have all the numbers that I have told you, going to do better than that. I'm sure of that. Now we thank you, TiE SoCal Board, TiE SoCal Angels Board, my executive committee volunteers, Navneet Chugh and Shankar Ram. Why these two names? Navneet and Shankar has been the guiding force. Shankar, I get SMS from Shankar at 5:30 in the morning, and I'm an early riser, so I respond to him within 2 minutes. So both of us, he has guided us so much. He has been with TiE since the beginning in 1997. So much wealth of knowledge. He is a moving, standing MBA in itself. When I started doing investment in angel as an angel investor, I didn't know much about it. My one call with him, he gave me a 45 minutes. The call duration was 45 minutes, and he told me everything about angel investing. My simple question was, shall I write a check from my company or from my own name? And then, he guided me through. So thank you so much, Shankar, for being the guide to us. And I hope, for the next few years also, you'll be guiding us and helping us to take TiE to new heights. I'd like to do an experiment here. Any charter member, a new charter member, I would suggest, would you like to speak about your journey as in TiE as a charter member? Who is there? Gaurav, how about you? And JSR, real quick, Gaurav, the mic is here. Just 30 seconds. Just paint a picture, what your experience has been, what you have liked, what you have not liked, how we should be going, because really it is our,
It's tough to talk after you, that too for 30 seconds. So, I took the membership because I could not say no to Anshuman's call. So that's a confession. But today I feel so happy, and I think that's one of the best investments I have done in last maybe 10 months. I see TiE charter membership CM as 4 parts. First, CM is collective mentoring. You took some names, Navneet, Shankar, so many of them, Venkat, Damodar, you get to learn so much. It's mentoring, giving and taking both. So that is the first CM for me, collective mentoring. Then is collective money. I think if you look at this room, there are so many millionaires and so many millions here. You can raise funds, you can invest, you can use the money in the best possible way. Third is collective mauka. I think that's the good opportunity that TiE gives to all of us in different ways, whether you're looking to start a business, grow a business, sell a business, or buy a business. And the last is, which is my favorite, is collective masti, as you covered, the fun part of it. So thank you so much, TiE, and very happy to be a charter member. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Yes, real quick. 1 minute. Thank you. Come here, dear.
Well, again, thank you very much. I've been a proud member of TiE since 1998. And I don't know about 4Ms or anything of that nature, but what I like about TiE is to know a lot of people in different fields. Electronic business, internet business, people like me in real estate business, finance business, and how do you tie each other to help each other and grow more and more, not just locally, internationally. And what I like about the TiE is the leadership that you guys have created over a period of years to help people to achieve this, which is nothing but coordinating all the efforts to achieve the best in your business life and in your social life. So, Anshuman, thank you, and thank you, TiE.
Thank you so much, dear. So after hearing from these two pitches to become a TiE charter member, who is ready? The charter member tests. Okay, we'll talk later, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshuman. TiE has grown exponentially under your guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, please give President TiE SoCal, Anshuman Sinha, a great round of applause.
TiE SoCal and SoCal areas. Happy to welcome you all to today's event. I'm so happy to see so many faces. We expected less than 100 because we're not sure about the COVID, but I'm glad you could make it. I'm here because I've been a member for a long time. Navneet, unfortunately,
really works. It's about cooperation, compassion, co-creation. And so the new model, the mind shift, you have to make the shift to get into that new world, is a shift from hunting to attracting, from transacting, which as a Gujarati, we're really good at, to serving, from commanding your team to co-creating with your team, and from competing to cooperating and seeing that there's abundance for everyone. I'm going to give you a quick mindful breath. There's a lot of stress in the world right now, so I'm going to give you a quick breath that you can use at any time.
Mindset, which is dominator, predator, prey. That model is over. That game is over. It's a new game of lifters. Okay, so 4 mind shifts. Serve up, listen up, show up, act up. Listen up is the second one, okay? Serve up is the first one. Second one is listen up. Listening is the new superpower, ladies and gentlemen. Listening is the new superpower. And this shift is a shift from speaking, which we've been taught rewards us, to listening. From thinking, hey, I have an answer, fast, to feeling, does this feel right in our body, in our consciousness? From being busy, 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 to being, and aligning with everything to make it happen. It's a very different game, and ultimately from me to we. Okay, there are 4 ways that lifters listen. I'm not going to go deep into all of these. By the way, I'll provide these slides to you all. I'm happy to share. The first one is listening in silence. This is the most important one that most people don't do. This is having some sort of contemplative practice, some way to just be still and quiet, okay? What do you guys do to replenish yourself? What do you do to recharge? I surf, I do yoga, I meditate, I pray. What do you do? Shout out. Sleep. Hike. Sing. Cooking. Listening to your wife. Sing and cook for you. Okay, very important to have a mindful practice. Okay, we must learn to listen to our inner voice first. Most people have tuned this out, and COVID has forced people to be quiet in their own body, sitting on the couch, and finally come to terms with their inner self. So number 1, you must have a practice, even just 15 minutes a day, something quiet. Most people do something in nature, hiking, swimming, music, prayers, going to temple, bird watching. It's essential to be a great leader, so you can tune in and know what the right answer is. Second thing is listening to your body. We started doing that today. You feels different to say, but I don't have the money, and I don't have the money yet. I feel bold. Are out. I'm saying we need to bolster them with these new skills. These are the new superpowers. Right here are the new superpowers. Listening to your body is the new dashboard. Besides analytical dashboards and thinking, we need to listen to our body. In our traditional systems, we are rewarded by thinking from our left brain, primarily as Indians, business people, and I would even say, to generalize, men tend to be more thinkers, who are quick to be right, be quick, think, defend our point of view, argue, win, be extroverted, speak, and dominate. This has been the model that we have been rewarded in society as leaders and managers, okay? This model is obsolete now, okay? We must bring in the new model of adding in the creative sides of our brain, our intuition, our patience, and our other 2 intelligences besides our brain. Okay, by the way, there's a lot of science behind every emotion has a different feeling to it. Okay? Every emotion has a feeling, so if you can tune to your body and say, what is my body telling me about this employee decision, about this customer decision, about this personal decision, you have a big advantage over just your thinking brain. And we also have 3 intelligences besides our brain. We have our head intelligence, which operates in the past and future and tries to make predictions about the future to avoid bad things that have happened in the past. That's our thinking intelligence, past and future, and it operates in time, the idea of time. Our second intelligence is our heart intelligence. This heart intelligence is always in the now, which is where everything is happening. Okay, most people are afraid, it's dangerous to go to your heart. It's like going in the rip current. It's like going and feeding a monkey. It's dangerous to open your heart to compassion. Dangerous to feel your feelings. We must tune into our hearts to be great leaders. And the third one is our gut intelligence. Our gut intelligence is our ancestral wisdom that's been there for ages that just tells us, you know what, this feels dangerous, I need to leave. And it's not an Excel spreadsheet that guided you, it's your gut. So lifters tune into these 3 intelligences, not just your head. In India we call it your buddhi. It's not just about the buddhi. It's about your heart and your gut and bringing all of who you are to be a great leader. I'm going to give you a quick breath on how to align your head, your heart, and your gut, okay? What we're going to do is we're going to inhale for 9 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, and then exhale for 6 seconds, okay? So let's just do that twice, okay? Inhale for 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold for 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Exhale 6. 5, 4, 3,
2, 1. Do that 3 or 4 times, just in the day. You will align your 3 intelligences so you don't just rely on the one. Okay? So, 4 ways of listening. We've covered listening to your inner voice by being quiet and doing something contemplative. Listening to your body, saying, you know what? I feel tension in my shoulder. That means I'm angry. So acknowledge it, feel it. Listening to others. And here's the key thing about listening to others. And by the way, this is the superpower. Men, Indian men who want to have nice things cooked for them by their wives. Listening. And the word listen has the same letters as silent. You don't need the answers. Listen. Be present for the people you're with your employees, with your customers, with your vendors. You will hear the answers. You don't need to figure things out. It's all there already. And the fourth one we won't cover. It's called speaking into the listening of others. If you do number 1, 2, and 3, listen to your inner self, listen to your body, and listen to others, you will have the gift of what's called speaking into the listening of others. That's when, if you're in an audience and someone's speaking to you, you're like, oh my God, that person's talking just to me. How many of you had that experience? You're in a concert, you're at a church or a temple, and someone's speaking, and you're like, oh my God, I had this question, you're speaking just to me. That's because that person has the gift of being able to speak into your listening. Why? Because they practice those other listening skills. Again, lifters show up with all of who they are, and they let their employees show up with all of who they are. In service, through listening, and purposeful action, type of actions this TiE team is doing for the community, as mentors for one another. Showing up means don't view yourself or your team as narrow individuals. See them as whole human beings. It used to be, oh, you're analytical, we'll put you in tech. Oh, you're creative, we'll put you in marketing. Oh, you're good with people, we'll put you in sales, looking for Anshuman. Oh, you're spiritual, I don't know if there's any place for you in business. Okay? It used to be, you would get put into a box. No longer. To be a lifter, to have workers who are motivated, you want to have them bring all of their qualities and say, yes, I am analytical, and I am creative, and I'm great with people, and I'm spiritual. How can I bring this into service? How can I bring this into service? This is the key, having your people bring their yes and finding a way for you to bring your yes. Whether you enjoy golf, you create a golf outing, create a TiE membership, your golf yes, and your business yes come together. Show up is also a way to move from diversity to inclusion. It's super important these days because we need to hear the other voices who have not been given a chance to speak. Extroverts who are speaking, thinking, solving, have dominated the conversation in corporations, government, nonprofits, and now we need to give them a voice. They have amazing ideas to solve problems. And ACT UP is the fourth one, which is about taking purposeful collective action, just like you all are doing at TiE. So those are the four mind shifts. Serve up, listen up, show up with all of who you are, act up. Remember, lifters are everyday, evolve leaders who lift their coworkers, lift their customers, lift their community, like you all are doing, and they lift their company performance on purpose. And remember what that old man told me. Just like the monkeys that I was afraid of, they were helping me get those mangoes. And just like that TiE that I was afraid of going to, help me get to that new world of being a surfer. Just like that, go to your heart, go to your gut, go to that compassion for one another when we're going through a tough time. It's hard to feel those things. It's dangerous to feel. Go there, that's where the magic is. And monkeys benefit too. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. And of course, Mom, Yule, thumbs up for recording. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Shah, for your informative and entertaining speech. How to be a leader in these times. We are grateful for your attendance and your presentation. And a reminder, in the COVID test going on, please, you can go ahead and get it done. And if you're on social media, we are using the hashtag SoCal or TiE2021. I request you all to please tweet whatever I like social media platforms. And now let me introduce our next speaker, Wesley.
Vice President, Sales and Marketing at Matchbook AI. Wesley is a strategic sales leader and a top individual contributor at early stage companies. He is a strategic seller with hands-on experience in hunting, defining, and driving sales, as well as launching, growing, and developing viable revenue growth and exit strategies for multi-industry businesses. He has contributed to the creation of over $230 million in SaaS-based companies. Today, he'll be speaking on sales GTM playbook for early stage companies.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm a sales guy. There's like too many buttons on here. All right, good morning, everyone. Wes Billingsley. I'm head of sales and marketing at Matchbook AI. Thank you, Ratika. She's my newest teammate. All right, welcome to Route GTM. Let's go to market. The roadmap to success. Our mission is to accelerate startup success. That's my little tagline. The micro pitch, which I'm going to talk about. Advising startup founders at every stage. Develop their GTM journey. Map path to success, articulate the differentiation. What's your difference? Right, we're going to talk about that. Collaborating on the full life cycle. Success is a journey, so let's get going. And Paresh, nice job on the discussion this morning. You talked about listening. That's one of the key tenets, in my opinion, what I've experienced on success, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. Okay, so what's really the goal? I've only got 30 minutes today. Normally, I do this in about 90 to 3 hours. And I'm a sales guy, I love to talk. So I hope you get something out of it. So what's really the goal today? So I'm hoping in the 30 minutes that I can kind of ignite some thought processes around a couple of tenets for you guys and share some of my experiences. I joined SAP in the mid-90s when they were 42 million in revenue. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, sorry. I joined SAP in the mid-90s when they were 42 million in revenue. Got the pleasure of the experience of working with Dr. Hasso-Plattner. I saw a lot of success factors in that. Joined Ariba when they were about 30 people. Starting around 2004, I started working with a bunch of startups. So I'm hoping to share some of those experiences with you guys today. So really, what are some of the things we're going to talk about, some of the thoughts that I want to leave with you guys? Drafting your vision and micro pitch, very important, micro pitch, right? It's hard to do, you guys. It's very hard to do, right? But I'm going to try to give you some templates to spark some thoughts around that. How do you identify your target audience? Sorry, I'm a bit of a hunter. I love that. We're going to talk about the SWOT analysis. I'm going to give you a template. I'll explain what that is in a couple of minutes. Then how do you formulate your differentiation? Through positioning and stories. To your point, Paresh, people buy from people. They got to relate to the stories. You start talking tech, platform, the code you build it in, I don't care. What does it do? What does it do for me? How does it help me? How does it help my company? Don't care about all the tech stuff, right? So people got to be able to relate to people, right? All right, couple of stats for you guys. This came from Forbes, so I'm not just making this up. 70% of startups fail. They don't make it past the first round. It gets better. The single reason? Lack of sales. Great. What does all this data tell us? All right, I'm going to go a little bit old school. There's a book that I read in the late 90s called Hope is Not a Strategy. I'm dating my age a little bit. I love this book. And in fact, I reread it right as I joined Matchbook AI. It's more relevant today than I think it was 20 years ago. So this applies to selling. And by the way, sales is not a bad word when you're an early stage company. And I'm going to talk about culture in a minute and kind of the approach and incorporate some of the things you talked about, Paresh. But it's also, don't use hope as a strategy when you launch your company. By the way, just a quick show of hands. How many startup companies are in the audience today? Oh, I love that. Nice. Okay. And out of the startups, how many attendees here are more technical and less business? Are they more? Okay, good. All right. We're going to talk about that a little bit. But hope is not a strategy. All right, a couple of quick slides. Just make sure I got the time. Yeah. Why do startups fail? A couple of obvious ones. Bad idea, poor market fit, there's just no need. All right. Poor execution, pretty good idea. You can't execute, can't block and tackle. Don't build the right infrastructure. Lack of focus. I've spoken to dozens of startups. They want to be all things to all people. We'll do this. No. Calm down, relax. What's your plan? Land and expand, have some focus. What's the real value, right? People buy from people. What are you going to do for me? Bad culture, I'm going to talk about that a little bit. That is a huge killer. Value prop kind of goes to the product fit, but you can't articulate your story. People, they can't relate to it. Recruiting, bad hires. All right, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Doesn't mean they're bad people, they're just bad fits for your company. All right, why do they succeed? Great idea. Aspirin, not a vitamin, right, to use some slang. People need it. You're filling a real need. By the way, on Schumann, I don't know if we're going to make the slides available. I'm happy to share these. I've accumulated this over 25 years, so I'm happy to share. Raise smart money. I'm going to come back to that. Great culture. You have a value prop that people resonate with. Laser focus, you have to execute, and you recruit the A team. So about 7 years ago, I was at a turnaround effort called i6, and one of the co-founders from Ariba brought me in. We won Walmart, Costco, Safeway, we had some huge brands. Old technology product, needed to upgrade the product, redo it. We raised $22.5 million, and today they're being carved up by a PE firm for pennies on the dollar. Bad money raised. Money is money. There are great investors here at TiE who have tons of business experience. You need to leverage that. Shankar Ram has joined the board of Matchbook AI. His wisdom, just invaluable. So be smart about the money that you raise, because that's part of the culture of the company. At i6, we had bad board members. They didn't get the vision, big fight. It just tore the company apart. We were not aligned. Talk about great culture. Rashad Mehta is my CEO founder. He's the reason why I joined Matchbook. He's building a great culture. Two things. We collaborate and we have respect for one another, and we listen. We listen to one another. We're completely customer focused. Today, Matchbook, they've experienced tremendous growth. 84% of our customers are in the Fortune 150, 50% of those are the Fortune 50. Next year, we'll triple that. The right culture. The whole company's focused on customer goodness. You don't focus on the dollar, as you said, the ARR, you focus on what value can we bring to the customer. That's what your company should be focused on. Hire the A team. I worked for Keith Kroc when I was at Ariba. He was the co-founder, chairman, and CEO at Ariba. He then went on to repeat the experience at another company called DocuSign, created billions of dollars of wealth. And Keith would always tell me, hire people smarter than you. Put aside the ego. Hire smart people. Very fortunate in terms of strategy and culture at Matchbook. We've got a great board member. We also deploy, I don't know, for you startups, if you're forming advisory boards, highly recommended. Brenda McCabe, she's speaking later. Executive board member, multiple boards, wicked smart. Henry Ivy, my dear friend who's speaking after me, one of the top digital security experts in the industry. We have really smart people that add value. Put the ego aside, hire great people, right? All right, so what does all this do? All right, so I've got a couple of slides I'm going to focus on, but this is one that could be applied to both launching the company and in the sales cycle. So focus on the left-hand side. Oh, that looks good. I like seeing my slides in stereo. Big, big. What, so what, and now what? So let me tell you my perspective on that. If you're in a sales cycle, what do? So what? Why should the prospect care, you guys? What does it mean to them? Can they relate to that? Is it relevant to them? Is it tailored for them? Now what? Okay, Fresh, I'm selling to you. You've agreed to move forward with Matchbook. Now what do? It's focused on the customer success and you work backwards. That's the reason why I've been able to sell $300 million personally. It's not about selling. It's about helping that prospect. And to do that, I'm going to get into that, but to your point, Fresh, you have to, what, you guys? Listen. Stop talking. It's all about discovery and understanding your point of view, right? For those of us that are married or have partners, if you wake up in the morning and you look outside, you see 80 degrees, blue sunny skies, and your partner says to you, oh, I hate this gray, overcast weather. You have two options. You know where this is going, Fresh. You can say, honey, are you okay? You need help? How do you think your day's gonna go? It's about the prospect's point of view, not about my point of view. I'm not trying to sell them something, I'm trying to help them. So I have to listen to understand what their issues are, what their challenges are. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about some of the tactics around that. So I did brand the what, so what, now what, and that's, by the way, this applies as you launch your company. All right, what does your company do? What are you all about? Okay, so what? Why should investors care? And why should customers care? Right? You have to be able to answer that. Now what? What do you do next? So the what is assess. It's really your market opportunity, market fit. The so what is engaging and developing the sales and market fit. And as a sales leader at Matchbook, the now what is how do I scale that and continue to grow the company, right? Now we get into some tactics, sales enablement, how do I prepare the sales team and make sure that we're delivering the same messaging, et cetera, right? But it all starts with listening, Chris. That was really insightful. All right, so let's talk about mapping a path forward. Understanding your landscape. Now I'm talking about it from the company perspective. You're launching, you've got an idea, maybe a couple of people interested, maybe a couple of small customers. You have to understand the landscape. You have to know your customers and look to the horizon. So I'm going to talk about each of these three tenets and these pillars. And then normally I spend a half an hour just on this, so I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. Again, happy to share the slides and you guys can go back and look at some of this. Hopefully you'll find some value in this. All right, understanding the landscape. What does that really mean? So what comprises that is comms, communications, right, and marketing. By the way, marketing and communications do not drive your strategy. It's the other way around. I'm fortunate at Matchbook, I have a founder who is a real visionary. My job, along with the communications consultant I hired, was to extract that out of him. How do I package it up so what resonates in the language, the point of view of the prospects, right? Simple blocking and tackling, listening, hard to do. And then what words do you use, right? Messaging and branding, very difficult to do. Internal versus external communication. Again, Presh, to your point, one of the things we're doing, again, I'm just sharing the experience from Matchbook, is we're establishing Rashab as a thought leader so that people come to us. Why? Because they have problems that we think we can solve. And there's a lot of ways that you guys establish yourselves as a thought leader without spending a lot of money. All right, there's a lot of tactics around that. LinkedIn, blogs, video, podcasts, right? Collateral, standard stuff, websites, one-pagers, kind of, equip your team for battle, so to speak. But the key here is the stories. You have to write stories that people can understand and digest. All right, then the other thing is that's really critical for an early stage company is a marketing plan that drives sales engagements. I'm not a traditional CMO. I don't want to be a CMO. We're bringing in experts. You can hire consultants to do social media, to do comms, right? But everything must be uniform, driven by the founding team to the vision, what your culture and mission is. It's all about delivering customer goodness. Everything has to support that. Right? Make sense, you guys? Yep. All right, know your customer. All right, now I'm going to get a little bit Harvard MBA on you, Paresh. I'm going to drop a little stuff on you that you studied a long time ago. All right, assess your current solution, even if you're, kind of Series A or in between A and B. Assess your solution and where you are in the ecosystem. Do you know why your current customers are buying from you? You know the goodness that they're getting. The first thing that Jules and I did, my comms consultant, and I did at Matchbook, we interviewed every customer. Ooh, it's fascinating what we learned out of that. Right? We listened. We asked 5 questions. 2 to 3 people at every company, the same 5 questions. The differences between answers even in some of the same companies. Listen, you gather. It's all about data, good intel, right? Otherwise, how can you make a decision? By the way, the other thing I'm going to get into that I want to make sure you guys understand, for those of you that are founding teams that are engineers, I'm assuming you guys all have great product development plans, right? You've got a plan for how you're building your product. I can't tell you how many hundreds of founders I've spoken to, they don't have a plan for sales and marketing. That you guys, it blows my mind. How is that even possible? I'm not saying it's easy. How do you not have a plan for acquiring and winning customers, earning their trust, right? What you do, like Rashad did at Matchbook, is he went to Shankar and said, that's not my forte, I need help. Shankar helped corral the resources, talk to different people, brought me in. So go to the people, if you don't know something, ask. Get help from your advisors, your investors, the people you trust. You've got to have a plan on sales and marketing. Hope is not a strategy. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about developing the customer journey and buyer profiles. Again, it's hard, but it's really necessary. If you can't map your customer journey today, I would suggest you do that tomorrow. Yes, sir. I interchanged it. So the question was, I used the word customer goodness. How's that different from customer value? I interchanged the two, but there is a subtle yet big difference. When I say customer goodness, I'm talking about you've agreed to do a SaaS deal with me, and now we're going to implement in 60 days the solution. I need to make sure that your project is successful, that your organization is successful utilizing my tool, right? So if we're going to get into sales terms, the value is perceived during the sales cycle as you're making your decision, but the goodness is really you have to be successful using my solution. Correct, and it's productive for you in whatever we do, right? And then so the way I approach selling, Paresh, is I listen. I predetermine I collaborate with my team, the VP of Customer Success and my founder, and we say, this looks like success. This is how they want to use it. This is the problems that they have, the challenges. We need to make sure that they're going to be successful using our tool. And then the sales cycle, I work everything backwards. Most salespeople come full frontal attack. They don't listen. No, wait, Press, let me tell you some more. I got some more cool stuff shut up. Listen, right? But I work backwards. Because if you're not successful with it, then you're not referenceable. I'm an early stage customer. By the way, your business problems are going to be very similar to everyone in your industry, right? So I have a vested interest in you being successful. That's what I mean by the good news, okay? Cool. All right, and then also, some blocking and tackling around sales stuff, pipeline, business model, we have to develop a sales process. All right, looking to the horizon, it's really, again, reiterating, the marketing plan should drive sales, which delivers customer goodness, right? And then developing sales enablement for scaling. If I hire another salesperson, what do they do the first day they show up? And then how do I acquire more customers, right? You guys would be amazed if you do this customer journey and buyer profile, and you start writing down the characteristics of that, then you start mapping it to other companies in their industry or across verticals, you've got a lot of targets. Does that make sense, everyone? All right, you cool? All right, I didn't have time to write a short letter, so I wrote a long one instead. I love this quote. Keep the pitch short. Stop talking. Listen. Micro pitch, concise. Henry Ivey is one of the leading security CISOs in the country, and he's also been a CTO. Ask him during the break what a day in the life of Henry looks like. He's not going to read my 3-paragraph or 2-page email. Stop. Concise. It's got to resonate. Keep it short, okay? Everyone's busy. Oh, and by the way, on these micro pitches, just for fun, if you guys get 10 or 15 minutes, just googly woogly things like Disney and Airbnb for their vision and micro pitch. It's really interesting, right, Paresh? A lot of times they don't, like Disney, I forget, they've changed it a couple times, but it's like the happiest place on earth. It doesn't say one thing about an amusement park. That's genius. One short sentence, okay? Oh, I love this slide. So impressed with myself. Oh, there we go. Thank you. You got to see that customer success. Sorry, guys. By the way, normally I'll spend 30, 45 minutes on this. Okay, so here's the genesis of this, you guys. When I was selling at SAP and then Ariba, I developed my own sales playbook for me to make me more effective. Never imagined kind of giving workshops, etc. So look, there's a lot of slides on here. There's a lot of buckets, a lot of words. The thing that I want you guys to hopefully take away on this is, it's when you're trying to deliver customer goodness, it has to be personalized and customized, right? I mean, it's obvious, but you have to remind yourself of that, right? Which starts with discovery, which starts with listening. Otherwise, you're not going to understand what they're saying. So the key takeaway on this, so this is highly personalized for your ecosystem, your competitive landscape, your solution, et cetera, et cetera. The buckets across the top, marketing, lead gen, sales development, field sales. This is a traditional enterprise. It's for a company that's probably 10 to 30 million revenue. As an example, at Matchbook, I am all 3 of those buckets. Okay, so think of it as a process flow. It starts with discovery and research and snakes down and over, right? That makes sense, you guys? So you customize, this is just to give you some ideas to think about, but you need to customize it for your own business. It's a process. Selling is a process. It's very scientific. Test, iterate. Test, iterate. Test, iterate. That's why I've been successful in sales. There's a real science behind it, a real process, right? And by the way, I've learned more from the failures than I have anything. I've failed a bunch, right? Even on accounts. Test this market. What about this messaging? Damn it, that didn't work. Test this vertical. Change the messaging. Okay, a few more opens, a few more engagements, right? But you need to have a plan, and you've got to monitor it so that as you get the feedback from the market, you adjust the dial. But it all starts with what Paresh said, is listening. Okay? And do not underestimate your customer success team, because they are the trusted advisors inside the account. right? Matchbook just signed Google and Intel. When I show up, they're like, oh God, here comes Billingsley, he wants more money. Yes, I do. But when Dan, my head of VP of success, and Ratika show up, they're like, hey, we're having a problem with this. We're having a problem with that. Hey, our UK office is interested as their trusted advisors, solving problems, not selling, listening. Okay, does it make sense, you guys? Sorry, just check. I don't want to take too much time from my buddy Henry. I'm going to go 5 minutes over, Henry. Okay, so a little bit of blocking and tackling, you guys, for you. These templates are of value. And not to get too Harvard on you, Koresh. Defining your targets. So there is some value in this depending on what you're selling. Don't know, the industries make a difference for you, but you need to consider that. Across the titles, who are your buyers? All right, kind of understand who your targets are. But again, it goes back to what Koresh said, is do you understand your challenges? Right? Which means you got to have business conversations. And then what potential value can you bring to those individuals based on those challenges? All right, I do want to make a distinction between strategic initiatives and challenges. Strategic initiatives drive a lot of these project decisions. Business challenges are, I'm a warehouse manager for Nike. I can't get those shoes out of customs in Vietnam. Well, the executives are trying to reduce overhead by 3%, increase margins by 2%, time to market for the new Jordan shoes by 3 days, because that brings an extra $150 million. Those are strategic initiatives. You need to understand those before you call them a big boy, big girl account. Okay? Understand the business problems, understand the strategic initiatives. By the way, there's so much information available on the internet today. If you're going to call an account and you don't do your homework beforehand, shame on you. There's so much information. You can find out so much about what a company is really focused on. Again, as Brett said, people are talking about it. Right? You can learn a lot about these companies. Do your homework. All right, so around the buyer profile, who's the buyer, why do they buy? And by the way, one of the biggest challenges in selling SaaS today is project low, no. So you need to, now to complicate it, you need to ask Henry, hey, how do you guys fund projects? What's that decision process like? Help me understand that. Right? So you need to be mindful of that stuff. But it all, understanding the customer journey and buyer profile all comes down to discovery, listening again. Right? And discovery supports the playbook. Right? It's all about the customer journey. You got to be able to relate to it. It's got to be relevant. Right? Any questions? You guys get this one? Okay, here's that acronym I used earlier, the SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. I'm going a little bit old school, but I find a lot of value in advisory roles for startups to complete this. Most of the time, those complicated because they just don't know. But you want to find out and understand where you are in the ecosystem and the competitive landscape. So this is a good kind of starting point to get the information that you don't have. Right? And I'm sure you guys are seeing this. I'm pressured on learning you some use of this. Yeah. No. Where they fit, exactly. All right, here is, this is a slide that I would encourage all of you to complete at least take it. Just on one piece of paper. The strategic estimate in hierarchy is really important for my experience. Mapping your message to the right target is all about the story and the people who understand what you're selling, what you're telling them. right? So which means you have to have some prospects, suspects, reviews, friends. You have to understand what their pain points are, what a day in the life is. You have to engage people and understand that stuff. So the vision, sorry, go ahead. Yes, good. Yeah. No, that's a great insight. I've got one slide. I'm going to spend this time on the buyers are so educated today. You're smart. They got access to stuff too. So vision and value, people care about that. Customers care about that. Remember we use the what, so what? What's your reason? Why is your company here? What do you do? Then the so what? What does it mean? Why should I care? What's your differentiation? And then again, maybe it's one story, and maybe it's 2 or 3, it doesn't matter. It's why you're different and why people should care about your story. And again, it all goes back to the discovery and listening. You cannot complete this if you haven't spoken to some customers. This you can do on one page. Just get out a blank piece of paper, pencil, just scribble it down. But continue the work. It's a living and breathing document. I highly encourage you to do this. I'm sorry? Yeah, the stories are...
I just saw story repeated so many times. Is it just like, is it focus on the story? Is that
yeah,
what
so
you're
the
trying
story supports the so what. The so what is, why is my company different? Why should you care about what I'm talking to you about? The stories are the differentiators or use cases, customer success stories. Let's say you're at Intel. Hey, do you know Paresh at Google? They've got kind of a similar use case, right? But it could be your product differentiators, your benefits. I just happened to put 6 because I wanted to fill up the slide and look pretty. That was it. But it could be 1 or 2, right? Does that make sense? Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to go through these next few slides pretty quickly. This is getting into some pretty deep tactics here, but aligning your use cases with the impact on who you're selling to. Now we're getting into kind of a level of sophistication, but again, people buy from people based on the stories. I can go on and on and on about the benefits, feature benefit of Matchbook AI. It's not why companies are buying from us. It's the stories. How are other companies using it? How are other customers using it? Do they have similar problems? Can I relate to that? Right? But I need to be mindful of whom I'm pitching or whom I'm having a business discussion with. What's important to them? Strategic initiatives or day-to-day business problems? Right? You got to be mindful of that stuff. And my story has to evolve and be personalized. Right? It's personalized, customized selling. Does it make sense, you guys? All right, just again, friendly reminder, 3 questions. What? So what? Now what? Now the what could be what your company does, but oftentimes I approach it from why do anything? Am I going to make a difference for you? Because at the end of the day, it may be a competitive situation, but they still have to have funding for the project. I've lost more deals over the last 10 years helping companies to no decision, no money. Right? You have to demonstrate value. So what? Why my company? Why should I do business with you, Wes? What's it going to do for me? Right? Now what? How do we execute for success? Time over. All right. Okay. Sorry. Today's buyer, and I mentioned it earlier, this is really important that you're mindful of this. 80% of the buyers find you as a heavy reference sell. Listening and storytelling. These guys do their research. Most companies are predisposed to a solution before you ever walk in the door. By the way, if an RFP or an RFI ever shows up at your door, run. right? Every now and again, okay, let me roll the dice, I'll get lucky. Who wrote that RFP? I didn't write it. So now I've got to make a decision to spend my internal resources on this thing. No. I don't understand what their business drivers are. All right, so just please be mindful of that. But anyway, so 80% of the buyers are predisposed today. And lastly, understand their initiatives, understand who they are, understand what's important to them. You have to take a customized approach, which involves, as Paresh said, listening. I've got to relate to you. Okay, does it make sense, everyone? All right, well, I've been booted now, so I'm going to turn it over. I could literally go for another hour. You sure I have to leave? All right, thank you, guys. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Wesley, so much.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
And Wesley will be here, so if you have any questions, we are running a little bit over time, but he'll be around to answer any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much.
All right, and let me.
Just left my glasses.
Yeah.
I didn't need them. Nice job. You worked on those use cases, by the way.
There.
Thank you, Wesley. I'm sure your knowledge is a good experience for us and very beneficial to our founders. Moving on, please allow me to introduce our next speaker, Henry Ivey, cybersecurity subject matter expert and Chief Information Security Officer. According to Henry, security is the foundation that supports business success, innovation, and organizational trust. As a visionary CISO and a white hat hacker, he has extensive experience in internet security, enterprise architecture, and encryption methodologies with Fortune 100 companies and IPO startups. His work has saved billions of dollars in transactions each year. As a practitioner and innovator with over 30 years of experience in security, architecture, and leadership, Henry advises and mentors executives on the ever-changing landscape of security and strategy. Today, he'll discuss digital security and how to achieve it. Welcome.
All right, I'm ready to scare you. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. It's nice to actually see people in an audience. It's been a little different the last couple of years. Let's see. We've done kind of my background. Oh, thank you. So I worked for all sizes of companies in my background. I've worked at Fortune 1, all the way down to incubations and startups. I really love incubation and startups. It's one of my most favorite phases of any company. So just two real quick questions. First off, who here is actually in cybersecurity, a cybersecurity expert? We got any security experts in the audience? Okay, someone keep me honest. All right. Then the second question really comes down to is, who here actually owns, or does security roll up to you, or are you the entrepreneur who's actually responsible for security within their business or organization? A couple of more. All right, so at the latter part of this session, I've got a couple of quick tips for you, a couple of slides. You can pass them on to security people otherwise, but it'll be very helpful. Okay, so our agenda and overview. I need everyone to study this. There will be a test on this slide before lunch. You're not allowed to get until you memorize it. Okay, actually, this is really a horrible slide. We're only going to talk about four things, right? So we're going to talk about the state of the security industry today. As a security professional, what are we doing? What's the landscape? The second thing we're going to talk about is bad actors. You have to understand bad actors to understand how to secure your environment, right? So you need to know your adversary. The third one is we're going to talk about security programs. Traditionally, how they're built, how they grow, how they model, right? And then the fourth one, I'm going to give you the short list for really kind of the entrepreneurs, et cetera. What must you do to be successful and not be in the news and to do the right thing for your business and your customers, right? So last two slides, easy, quick list, help everybody out, all right? All right. Oh, this slide bills. One more. So security landscape out there. If anyone doesn't want to be an entrepreneur or you don't want to continue funding business, there's a wide open lane in cybersecurity. There are nearly 600,000 jobs open in the U.S. today in cybersecurity. I love this website. And I don't have my glasses on, so it may even be hard for me to read. But cybergeek.org, and it tracks real time how many open security positions are there in the U.S. 3.5 million across the world now. You hear news reports saying there are 4 million open cybersecurity jobs. They predict this to be the case still into about 2025. So again, wide open lane if you want to change professions. The other one is if you have someone who's really good at security, ask them who their friends are. The only way you're going to hire the good people and keep the A peoples is to assign them appropriately and hold on to them. So just a couple of pieces there. These next two slides, I need to give credit to, at least for the data, to Jen Easterly. She's the director of CISA. That is the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. It's a federal agency that helps share information in between government and federal and in between corporate business or traditional businesses. She did the presentation at Black Hat this year. That's the security mecca for all of the cybersecurity Black Hat geeks, right? Incredible presentation. It's on YouTube. Look it up. And just wonderful content. So I know I'm cutting this down a little bit, so don't, if you have questions, I like to go fast anyway, but if you have questions, stop me, ask questions. I actually know a lot about security, okay? May not be the best presenter, but I know a lot about security. What's the landscape out there that people are trying to secure today? Again, population not quite 8 billion, 5 billion mobile users. Anybody remember when Apple started? Was that 07, I believe, right? All right. Not quite 15 years, you got a 5 billion TAM market that they built open. Pretty staggering. 21 billion connected devices. We're talking about, over 4 billion internet users. Social media obviously is taking off like crazy. Got another 4 billion active users there. And then almost 2 billion websites. So there's a massive landscape out there, and all of this needs to be secured, right? All of it adds risk into your business, into your operations, and to you being successful, right? This one's a little bit more on the social media side. I can't believe that there's over, 500,000 tweets a minute when you start. It's just kind of staggering when you think about it. And especially when you look at, Twitter's only been here since 06, right? Facebook logins, there's over 1 million a minute. Right, it just you start to think about really this just sheer demand of what's on the internet and what needs to be protected out there. Snapchat, Dark Horse remembers when Snapchat started. It was 2011. Look at the TAM they built, 3.4 million logins a minute, and they started in 2011. Okay, Google searches. I don't know if you guys remember old web crawler stuff. Google came out, and I think it was 98. Obviously, kind of the king of that domain, but you're still at 5 million web searches going on a minute. Videos, over 4 million. Old school, you guys aren't all social media and tweeting and everything all through here. You can do an email. There's still 261 million emails going out a minute. All right, so just a staggering amount of content that you need to be protected from. Yes, sir.
Like you said, 21 billion devices connected.
Yep.
Is that individual devices or like in a company would be?
That's all devices that have an IP that we've classified. So there's some IoT in there, but it's all, I've got 4 devices on me today.
Okay, understand. Thanks.
So, yeah, it's just a staggering market when you look at the scope and how much it's grown.
Yeah, I'm looking at this now, I can tell. Thank you.
Yeah, absolute explosion, right? And to me, this is super fascinating. This is why we have jobs, right? This is what we do, what we love. This next slide really is, I want to talk about bad actors a little bit. I don't think you really get a good understanding of security unless you understand what you're protecting against, right? So let's just do a couple of minutes on bad actors. The eye chart up there, that's called an APT, an advanced persistent threat. These are bad actors that get into your company, and about a year or two ago, the reports were they would stay there 6, 8, 10 months, harvest all the information they wanted to, and then could leave and come back later, but it was basically a long-term bad actor within your organization, within your information, okay? This was a unicorn. I know everyone here knows unicorns. This was the unicorn of hacks back in the day. Supply chain hacks have come out a little bit since then. And actually, let's level set just a teeny bit. So, everyone knows ransomware attacks, right? So ransomware, bad actor gets a hold of your computer, your company network, you show up, they put a little placard on your computer saying, hey, send me Bitcoin, or you don't work today, right? Ransomware had an Achilles heel. Pretty simple. Anyone know the Achilles heel of ransomware? All right, backups. So if you backed up your data the day before, I'm not going to pay $100,000 to get my laptop data back. I'm going to restore from my backup in an hour and see you. I'm not going to waste time buying Bitcoin or this, right? The bad actors understood this. They modified their behavior. So almost all ransomware attacks now really are two attacks. They got an extortionware component on the backside where they say, hey, pay me for your key and I'll unlock all your data and I'll give you your encryption key. But number two, if you don't pay me for the second key, I'm going to release everything I stole from your company on the darknet for free. So there's always this blackmail extortion, almost always, on these sites now for. So when you hear about ransomware, you hear about it in the news, remember, usually there's a second payment being made, and that second payment is the extortionware, right? They still want to get paid, and if we're smart enough to back up and we're not going to pay them, they did all that work, hey, right? So that's kind of how that economy works today. All right, let's go through APTs. Again, if you have questions, ask them, but we'll kind of go through an advanced persistent threat here. I won't spend too long. On the first phase 1 and phase 2, right? You've basically got your reconnaissance. I have to basically go out and recon, figure out what I'm doing. And then I have to build an initial compromise. Several years back, I'll give you a good example of this. Several years back, people wanted to get into Apple. At the time, Fortune 1, right? So the bad actors trying to get in. Back in my day, when you did reconnaissance, it was dumpster diving. You had to go crawl in the garbage can, look at all the printouts, see all the information you could find, look for passwords thrown away, whatever. After that, a little bit later, it became war driving. We put antennas in our car and we drive around all the corporate buildings looking for networks that would be exposed. And because my antenna amplifies, I could pull a network out of a dev lab or deep inside the company that's normally not available to the public, but I still got access and minimal security I'm in, right? So the bad actors, they did all of this. They couldn't figure out how to get into Apple. What did they do? So they went down to Infinity Way, one Infinity Way, Apple's headquarters in Cupertino, started driving around. When they're driving around, they found a coffee shop. In the coffee shop, what are there? A bunch of DevOps guys. Hey, they're working on business for lunch and for coffee. Okay, they sat down, they started to study their target. What are they talking about? Oh, they're talking about they need a widget. And they're arguing about how to build this widget. This widget's too hard to build. How do we do it? And they're haggling back and forth. What did the bad actors do? They went home that night and they wrote a widget. Came back in the next day, sat at the same table, waited for DevOps team to show up. DevOps team shows up for coffee. Oh, wow, we just found this great widget. This is the best widget in the world. DevOps team's just all excited. Hey, can we use that widget? Where'd you get that widget from? Great, take the widget, go inside. All right, so that's a lot of recon, and that's an interesting initial compromise. So it's not always I lost my password or I had a USB stick or whatever you traditionally think of, but you get the scale that recon and initial compromise get to, depending on what your target is you're trying to get into, right? All right, I'll speed up some of these next steps for you, but after you do that, you need command and control, okay? So a bad actor has gotten into the company. I can't drive into Apple every day and work on my computer that's not mine. I have to do it remote, so I need command and control. Then I'm going to need privilege escalation. Okay, I might not have the rights to get to what I want to get to, so you always do privilege escalation. I'm trying to get from no rights to admin to root, and then domain admin, network root, right? I want to be able to do anything I want in that environment. I want to provision my own accounts, right? That's privilege escalation, so I can do what I want to do. From there, we look at lateral movement. Oh, I got to go get the goodies, right? Where are the goodies? Are the goodies in HR? Are they in your POS processing system? Do you have a corporate archive of information? A lot of people don't realize too, and I'll add this just if you ever get in this event, your wikis are very important. If you're using Jira or whatever, or Confluence, and you've got wikis out there, and it has all your documentations on how all your systems work, secure them, MFA them. don't tell the bad actors how you work, right? Don't give them insight to your code and your code base and your developers and who they are, right? It's just another step they take just to get further inside and take more from you, right? So super important on that side. After lateral movement, exfiltration. Right? I got to take all the good stuff I just found, I got to pull it out of the company somehow. So I'm going to send it out, exfiltration. If I'm really, really good, no one's figured out I'm here. If you haven't figured out I'm here, I'm going to delete everything, cover my tracks like I wasn't here, so I can come back and do another smash and grab in 6 months, 12 months, a year, whatever, right? Rinse and repeat. That's the best crime out there, right? I've already got my backdoor enabled, I just come back on you, okay? So that's really how an APT works, what's so important about this methodology, and I'll take in one more piece. Everyone hears about supply chain hacks, right? All right, so SolarWinds was a great supply chain hack. Nation state, these are super complex. These are going to hurt us in the future badly. They're really, really bad, right? And you look at scales of these. But what was interesting about SolarWinds was it was also an APT. They put a back door in there. They were actively on the systems. When Mandiant found them, someone was checking his MFA and signing it to a new phone so they could log into their servers to go do bad stuff, right? If you look at the Kaseya attack, it wasn't. Even though it's a supply chain hack, it wasn't an APT hack. It was a ransomware attack. And thank goodness they only took about 10% of the victims of Kaseya and ransomed them. Could you imagine if they'd done the whole footprint? How bad would that attack have been, right? So just kind of, level set on, what's an AP. I know I love this stuff and all you guys don't, but it's okay. What's an APT, how do hackers work, so just, yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a question. You said that there are 3.5 million jobs open for security people.
Yep.
It's very hard for our small company, startup company to hire somebody as a security person in the company. Expensive to hire also.
Yep.
We don't have the money for that. Then it's okay, we're going to use public software like a Zscaler, CrowdStrike, all network, all
Right.
security companies. How do we decide which one to use because we as entrepreneurs, we don't have all the expertise on finding out which security company we should use to protect our data and our systems.
Yep.
So how do you decide and how do you go about doing it?
So I know we're running short on time, so I'm going to have to blow through a couple of these slides on posture and how you kind of figure out your security. I'm going to specifically answer that. The truth is through your networking. You basically find anyone out there who has someone in security they like, you connect with them and you ask them who their friends are and to recommend the good people to do it. That's the only way you're going to find it, right? There's such an absent in the industry, and then besides that, because there's a massive knowledge void now. Everyone we're bringing in doesn't have that 20, 30 years experience. They don't understand how this works fundamentally from the ground up, right? And so you're really going to have to do it through your social networking. This really shows you kind of what a security program is, and I know since we're going to run a little late here, I'll just kind of flip through it, right? But you basically have drivers. That driver lets you kind of understand what you need to put into security. With there, you've got core components everyone has to have. Then if you're low, have a low risk tolerance, high risk tolerance, low security posture, you keep growing out. Ultimately, when you become a big company, you may have all these different controls, especially if you had privacy or HIPAA or medical or whatever in there. The trick to this is, and especially if you're within this paradigm, only pick the part of the controls you need. Don't ever be afraid to customize a framework or a paradigm. Make it yours. If you don't have stuff in cloud, don't keep the cloud controls. Doesn't make sense, don't track them. Cut your program, make it as finite tuned to you as possible. And then ultimately, that's your program. So look, the last two slides are probably the most important here. This is everything you kind of need to do. This is customized to each business, right? But what's really important for everyone here are these first two pieces. You really need to put in a good solid foundation, okay? And in that solid foundation, you've got 7 to 9 things you need to do. Normally I kind of pace through this, but we'll go through them real quick. MFA everything. I don't care. Everything, it doesn't matter who it is, MFA it. You don't have to renew the MFA or your password for a long period of time. It covers passwords. Anytime a new device connects or device changes, make them MFA. Make them step up. The most cost-effective security control you have besides reducing your footprint. Reducing your footprint's always obviously the best. Secure your mail. If you don't know what SPF, DMARC, and DKIM is, look it up, super important. 90% of ransomware comes through email. These are core components you have to have. Endpoint protection, your dad's antivirus doesn't do it anymore. You actually need real EDR or EPP. It has to be CrowdStrike or some derivative. You need real endpoint protection, all right? Threat and vulnerability management, you need to know what you have on the internet and look to see if there are vulnerabilities coming out. The other side's patch management, Patch Tuesday. You should be patching every day. If it's not, you look at most exploits, the bad actors aren't going to use a 0-day exploit to get in your business, unless you're doing something super cool. They're going to use an exploit that's 6, 8, 10 months old. You just haven't patched, and because of that, you're still vulnerable, right? Internet protection, don't surf naked on the internet. Super easy, right? Backups, we already told you how important backups are, ransomware especially. It'll reduce your insurance or reduce your overall insurance. Asset management, if you don't know it, don't let it connect to your network. Doesn't matter. Training. And then the last one, I'll just leave you on this one, you can leave it. I know we kind of went out of time. But there's certain things that we kind of know in the industry. Microsoft's had 2 bad Exchange exploits in the last 2 years. Gmail takes care of your email for you. Right? We're not seeing a lot of ransomware come through Gmail. Why? They're focused on taking care of the customers and that protection. Microsoft's not. Microsoft's more of an open platform. They want you to be able to collaborate. They want you to buy another license to get the security you need. When you're doing, just think about Teams or anything and you post a file. There's no AV or malware scanning on any of those files to start with. What happens is you have to buy an extra license for that. Google does it for you by default, right? So anyway, I won't read through all of these. I know that we went way behind on time. They're kind of pulling the time cook. Appreciate it. Anyone have any questions or anything? Happy to talk.
Yeah. Hi. If I can ask one question. This is more from an investor point of view. Like if you looked at 20 years ago, any kind of business which was an IT-enabled service, if it had some reasonable volume or reasonable revenue, it was a great place to invest because that was the flavor of the year, so to speak. In the last 2-3 years, security seems to be the flavor of all investment, so to speak. Would you say as long as a cybersecurity firm has some reasonable traction in terms of investment, is it a slam dunk for investors in terms of getting an ROI?
It's not. I've turned down 3 or 4 security investments in the last month. Again, you've seen the same thing in that industry. There's such a lack of knowledge of super talented people that kind of know this. Be sure to scrutinize what you're going to invest in. I mean, if you look at just a simple market and you talk about CrowdStrike or any of them you can pick, their PE ratio and stuff's out exorbitant. It's absolutely crazy. Look for really what the trending indices are. I'm happy to talk offline kind of what I look for specifically, but you actually have to vet it and do a good job vetting it. Don't just throw money at security. Be very particular where you want to put your dollars to make them work for you.
Thank you, sir. So announce about the tickets.
Yeah.
Food lunch at 12:30 in the patio.
Thank you, Henry, for your insightful perspective on cybersecurity and how critical it is for the startup companies here. And we have the lunch coupons, and lunch starts from 12:30. It will be in the patios. So those of you who don't have the tickets, please contact Ashish to get one. Moving on, it's time to meet and inspired by our women entrepreneurs. Please give a warm welcome to Rashi Behri Chitnis, Yvonne Lemus Bosu, Connie Harrell, and Brenda McCabe.
I'll let you take the 3 seats.
So the next hour.
Either ways, wherever you feel comfortable.
Okay. Anshuman, please come on stage. Do you have to?
Yes. Good, how are you? Thank you.
Real quick, I know,
Assis has given me an award for my excellent services, but I don't want to stop right now. I'm still working next 25 days and beyond. So we just signed up a couple of new charter members, and I would like to take 1 minute to introduce them. Saroj, can you come up? And all the other charter members, please. Rajneesh. Saroj. So just 30 seconds, quickly introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Saroj Basak. I have a company called ATGC Group Incorporation. We are mostly into the healthcare industry and biotech. We collaborate with UCLA as a VA Medical Center and do clinical trials as well as develop new products for ourselves as well as our clients. Recently, we have developed a stem cell-based skincare product. Now we are working in India with a CKD disease, that's the chronic kidney disease, and we are developing a stem cell-based product there. Thank you.
So we will cover his profile in the upcoming newsletter, so check that out in few more days. I have a couple of more. Rajneesh Sinha, he is also going to participate in the fund.
Hey guys, how are you? I'm Rajneesh Sinha. I work for Hyundai Motors and I'm the digital marketing manager for Kia. And of course, Kia is coming out with new electric vehicles. So excited for that and excited to join the TiE Foundation. I know Anshuman ji has been working tirelessly and I'll be helping him and TiE to go into new heights.
Thank you so much, Rajneesh. I have very quick two more, Kanoj and Vamsi. This is the first time they are attending the TiE event. They are so impressed that they became our charter members.
Yes, I see a lot of familiar faces. I thought it's about time I become a member. My name is Vamsi Kotla, but most people know me by middle name Kumar. We are the co-founders of this company called Rush 49. We're building the world's biggest marketplace for events and activities. We count NASCAR racing, Spartan racing, Caesars Entertainment, MGM, and a few other ones as our partners. We want to introduce Web 3.0 on marketplace and take it to new heights. Kanoj?
Also, I'm a partner at Binetic Labs.
They did it on purpose. With everybody.
So I'm a partner at Binetic Labs LLC. So we're creating two brands based on CBD products to take care of people's health. Thank you.
So now we have 156 charter members.
We're going to start our women's panel now. And if I can please ask, we want to give as much attention as we can to our speakers today, and especially, this panel I think you're going to find very interesting. So if you're in the back, please hold down the conversation because we do want to be able to hear and give our attention to the speakers, and we appreciate everybody coming in and participating and giving the respect and attention to our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Perfect. I am so honored to host this panel and moderate this panel because I have three amazing women with me. Three amazing women who've had their own successful careers, who've had their own families, and are now active investors. So I want to turn it to all three of you and ask you to introduce yourself and how did you get into the journey of angel investment? What was the first check you wrote? Was it a personal connection or was it a 10x return that you saw? So I think we can go in line. Brenda, we can start with you.
Very glad to be here. I think it's the first time there's been a panel addressing women investors in TiECON. So my background largely has been in large corporate America and in Europe. McKinsey & Company, I was privileged as a young woman to do a lot of M&A. I spoke languages and I lived in Europe. I then jumped into AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals, where I was head of actually business development and supply chain, and got my first kind of exposure to life sciences and digital health. my exposure to, I saw the dark side of pharma. All right. I left after I saw some collusion. I was at AstraZeneca. It's in the newspapers. This is like 10, 15 years ago. But I really saw what greed and collusion could do. And we were diverting drugs. We were colluding with the wholesalers, our sales reps, and sending them drugs for breast cancer and for schizophrenia to higher margin markets. You know, it was legal. You could divert it from Spain to France. And I was head of supply chain then and actually brought in data science. I brought in actuary. We started using really deep analytics to really understand what is the incidence of the disease at the postal code level. And we were able to really wiggle out the bad actor behavior. Henry talked about it in cybersecurity. There's bad actor behavior in the pharmaceutical industry. So I left, and I never left the world entirely. I started sitting on boards. I was on a public company, all of this in Europe in the pharmaceutical industry. I was working my way back to the United States. I was approached by 2 private equity funds to sit on boards and actually develop US strategies for some of their products, digital health. One was an oncological treatment. And when did I write my first check? While I left the dark side. I worked as an executive in the startup world of clean tech, very regulated industry. So there's 2 theses to where I invest. I worked with a lot of software engineers. The engineering of where you place a solar or a wind field has a lot with satellite information. Again, it's data. So my first check actually was he's currently one of my clients, was for positioning with satellite information and using batteries to store intermittent energy produced by solar panels. I wrote that in Europe. I then was back and forth between the United States. And my second check was written. I was exposed to, I typically like to know the founders. I've worked with them, was a female. And my thesis is not female driven. I happen to be an investor in female businesses. But I understood the business. It was a large market, was actually fertility and conception. So first, second, and third trimester using data analytics. And actually it was a B2B play, but we have to, in health, talk to the doctors or the healthcare professionals that are going to prescribe or at least make referrals to the product or the service you're selling. So that's kind of my initiation. Thank you.
That's awesome, a personal connection that got you to write your first check. And Ivan?
Hi, good afternoon. Rashi, it's a pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you for asking me. I started as an accountant and started an IT company. When that had an exit, I had the opportunity really to make a difference in where I use my money. And I'd always wanted to further women causes, women and young ladies. I have been a homemaker, getting involved with the financial side of raising money for NGOs and causes that supported young ladies around the world. I decided to become an angel investor when I myself wanted to do a company. And I associated myself with the only all-women workspace that I knew about, co-working space, which was down in San Diego called Terra Hub, led by a female founder as well. And the thought to invest, I jumped from wanting to immediately open my own company and invest my own money in myself to wanting to invest in other women founders. I have since extended that to minorities. And, pardon me, my first check I wrote, and I am industry agnostic. I don't particularly stick to one kind of investment, although my first one was a cannabis company. It was a female founder that wanted to distribute to women and educate them and do like kind of door to door from other women that were educated on the products, because it's a new and emerging type of field. And they have since had gone public in Canada, and so they're still doing well. They went there because the supply chain here was more difficult, and they needed to align themselves with a larger company that had good distribution. So secondly, it was clean tech, water recycling for large companies like Coca-Cola. So that first investment was directly a personal contact because where I started in Hera Hub, that founder introduced me to the founder of this cannabis company, female founder as well. And she was also a good friend of the person in Orange County, the only female-founded angel group of about 100 women now. Both of them had an event at one of their homes that introduced me to this company because they were familiar with this founder.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So a first check because of a personal connection, and that company has done really well, and that too a female-led entrepreneur. That's amazing. And Connie, you?
I'd like to thank you also. It's an honor to be here, and thank you all for participating today. It's wonderful to see so many faces with interest in women in business. It's amazing. You've brought together a very diverse panel. I am a serial entrepreneur. I was a serial entrepreneur. I had businesses in publication and printing. I had a flower shop at one time. I actually moved to California from Texas with a publications company, and they were looking to sell their company to Kirko Publications, which does the Robb Report. While I was there, I got very involved with the woman who was running the business, and we started She's Got Network. I don't know if anyone remembers that. It's back when woman.com started, and got involved with working with women in business, trying to help them get to the point to where they could present for funding. So that was my entry into investing and working with women in business. I took off for a couple of years. I had an ill relative who had dementia. We've been talking about that with a couple of people today. And so I took off a couple of years, and then after that, I decided that I wanted to be on the investment side. So I became involved with Keiretsu Forum as a member and as an investor, and then I actually became a partner with the Southern California region, and now I own and run Keiretsu Forum Southern California. We've invested over $1 billion since 2000. Since the year 2000, last year, we invested $82 million into companies. My first investment was into a company in aerospace and defense, which is something I knew nothing about, but my husband did. He was actually the vice president of mergers and acquisitions for Northrop Grumman. And so we were introduced to him by a friend of ours, David Janes. I don't know if any of you know Janes Capital. He wanted me to look at it and see what I thought about the investment. Well, I was shocked because it was a very disruptive technology, and I thought, wow, disruption, that's really good. And it was something that, it was a personal friend of ours as well. The team was strong. And I was so new to the game that I didn't realize that disruption is a wonderful thing, but it's also a long thing. So it has taken them quite some time to disrupt, especially the aerospace and defense industry. So I advise all investors, please make sure you know the industry that you're investing in as well. But in the last couple of years, they've gotten everything approved. So it looks like there is going to be an exit with this company in the next couple of years. My husband is actually the executive chairman in charge of selling the company. So hoping that we'll get a good exit within the next year. So thank you all for being here again, and thank you for having us.
Yeah, this is amazing. Such diverse investments between just the three of you. And from your first check, you've moved on and you've become active investors, and you've written many checks and you've invested in many companies. But today, what is that one thing that you look for when you make an angel investment? What is that one thing for each of you? Brenda, we'll start with you again.
Deep tech. As an entrepreneur, you will pivot many times. So I look at, and I've worked in regulated industries, so I like to understand, to Connie's point, the industries. I've been fortunate. I look at clean tech, life sciences. 19% of the GDP of the United States is in healthcare. It's a mess. There's a lot of inefficiencies, and you can sliver out. So I look at really regulated industries, largely in health, energy, and I've been an advisor, I am an angel investor in Matchbook. So data is the new gold, all right?
So device agnostic, you're more device agnostic, perfect.
Yes, well, I generally tend to invest in companies that make a social impact, ag tech, green. And again, it's big that they be minority founders. That's important to me. As well as like personal, like products companies, because I feel like women have long had products created for them that aren't specific to them. They've been, like we said, angel investments women founders get so little that it's been men that have been investing in products that, serve the general public or themselves. So I do a lot of like products that as well.
Entrepreneurs with an impact.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Connie? I also look for social impact, very agnostic as far as what I invest in. Being a part of a network of angels like TiE, Tech Coast Angels, OC Angels, and as well as Kritsu Forum, it makes it real easy because you don't know every industry. And we do our screenings every single month, and we had one of our new prospective members come in, and they said, it's amazing. We had 10 people in the room. It's amazing how everyone seems to know this industry. And I said, it's because they've been a part of this network and they've learned from each other. So like with the individuals that are here today, I would call on them if I looked for a health tech company. I would call on them to find out what their experience is, what their thoughts are of the individual companies. So I like the group mentality. The swarm intelligence is what we call it.
That's great too. And on the opposite side, what is that one thing that's a deal killer for you? So if you saw that, it just kills the deal for you. Brenda?
The founder or founding team, they had to be willing to unlearn a lot of things and be willing to be grateful. If I actually have 3 intake questions. When I work with, I have my own advisory services, and sometimes it turns into an investment. Who was the CEO or business that inspired you to create your own business? What was that pain point? Second of all, how do you spend your time? You've got to be ruthless with your time management, right? A lot of engineers, they spend so much time with the code, and they don't spend enough time thinking about other strategic things. And thirdly, who would you write a letter to thank for your professional or personal thing in your life, and let me see it?
Great.
Well, first and foremost, I always look for deals that are obviously going to be lucrative, and after the due diligence process is done, I like to actually meet with the founders and the team, and just really it's about their energy, about their drive to succeed at something, and really treat it like their child. If their child was on the operating table, would they go that extra mile and do whatever it takes to make it work, to pivot if they needed to. So that really is their energy and kind of their vibe. I've had things that were about to be funded that I've totally, went the other way with and canceled because of that.
So if they don't have the right energy, you don't get the right vibe from them.
Yeah, and it is a gut instinct, because at the end of the day, they could look all wonderful on paper, and if that energy doesn't seem to be right, then I doubt whether, what is it in their life then that is, eventually there will be things thrown at entrepreneurs left and right constantly. Are they going to be able to go that extra mile? Is their well-being, general well-being good? Is their support at home good? I like to meet sometimes even their spouses and who is actually there, because I've seen very successful people not be successful because they didn't have the right support at home.
Right. Yeah. I can see that.
I think the biggest deal killer for me at this point is lack of capital. The first thing we always ask the entrepreneurs is, how much runway do you have? If they need money, if they need $1 million by December 31st, and here it is, December the 5th? It's like, whoa, okay, that's going to be hard. And so I think that having a runway of at least 5 to 6 months, I think investors entrepreneurs need to either have their own funding, or they need to reach out to friends and family and be able to have at least enough runway to move forward. So I think that's the biggest deal killer for me. I've evolved as an investor, and I've gotten a little bit older with days. So now I also look for exits that would happen within the next 3 or 4 years, because I don't want to wait 7 years for an exit. The older we get, the less time we have.
This was super informative. For the next question, I have to read a quote. So in a recent article by Forbes, it reported startups founded and co-founded by women actually performed better over time, generating 10% more in cumulative revenue over a 5-year period. Yet there is a huge funding gap. We all know that. According to another recent article by Crunchbase, it reported for the first 8 months of 2021, this year, companies with solely female founders raised just 2.2% of the entire VC funding. So we all know that there is a huge funding gap. In your opinion, why do you think that is? Why do you think again and again women entrepreneurs are called as niche entrepreneurs and lifestyle businesses? Why does it happen even though we are statistically seeing that their companies outperform the companies by male? Brenda, do you want to go first?
Of course, it's my turn. That system's broken. It truly is broken, and it's going to take a village. And I think Gandhi said it best: be the change that you want to see in the world. So you need to write checks. I would actually ask that TiECON, and I just joined as a charter member. I've been a member for years. I'm going to be into the second fund. I want to see a pipeline of more women-owned, women-led businesses coming through the pipeline. And why not earmark funds? Maybe it's Fund 3. But if the 150 charter members were to write a $5,000 check, which I'd write today, just for women, it's just really action is what we need to close that gap. There are 2 other things that I think women founders, they need sponsors and they need mentors. The difference between a sponsor and a mentor, I like this analogy. Buying a car as a woman in the United States of America is really difficult. So I use a broker. He's male. All of his clients are women. If you go directly as a woman to buy a car, you pay 17% more. So there's a business. If you are a sponsor, you're kind of like that broker. Talk to the other investors in your environment, the men here in our charter member group, or the male-dominated private equity and VC world, and just talk about the business idea. Is it a big sector? What's the team like? Don't talk about the gender of the founder, and see what type. It's kind of like a blind test. We need more sponsors. And second of all, mentors. Women do have a different way of communicating their value proposition. We have softer skills. You have to have more women on the other side. So I think women that have been in executive positions or writing checks, we do have an obligation to mentor women. Thank you.
Yes, well, I agree with everything she said. In addition, very well said. And there definitely is a huge gap in how much women are getting invested in. And I think that will begin to change, and we'll begin to see more of a snowball effect with it when there is more women in senior financial positions, as that increases, because we tend to, just like our male counterparts have been investing in whom they are comfortable with and whom they're used to dealing with. The more women there is out there standing up and showing other women that, hey, you can do it too. It's like monkey see, monkey do, and we feel like we can when we see other women. And you're right, mentorship is key. I was mentored from the beginning, and it helped me feel more confident. Even coming on a panel like this, the first time I did it was very different from the third, fourth, fifth time I did it, because I heard other women, speak and say points as she has just said, which are very true.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree totally. And I'd like to look at it on a positive note, because There are so many networks of women investors investing only in women-owned business. Sylvia Ma is one of them, Jessie Draper. We've had quite a few investors that invested in Jessie's opportunity, and she only invests in true startups, female-owned. And so I think the pendulum's going to swing a lot over the next couple of years, and I'm real excited about that. I did get started in this industry working with women in business. That was too many years ago for me to tell you today. But we've come a long way, we really have. And I think that part of the issue is men, a lot of men, the majority of the investors are men. And sometimes they don't understand the opportunities that women are presenting because they don't know that opportunity. They don't know that industry. They don't know the pain that women feel. And a lot of the startups are addressing those pains. But I think that because of TiE and because of Tech Coast Angels, the investors are learning more about what to invest in, and it is true, women are very successful with what they're doing.
This was so well said. And on the other side, I know I was told that we have less time, but on the other side, how do we empower women investors? When I went out to raise money, this is something that I saw that it takes much longer for women investors to write the check, even if they believe in something. So first, how can we change that? And then how can we get women investors to get the better deals? So how do we empower more women investors in the community?
I'm hopeful. It's all about education. So there are, Tech Coast Angels has a vertical for women. I'm a member of Los Angeles Venture Association as a woman. So it's a lot about education, and women do learn better of women founders when they're in a gender-specific group. If you have a mixed group, male and female entrepreneurs in these incubators, women get drowned out. So there's got to be specific training, education, and quite frankly, there are more and more women-owned funds. So I'm very patient, I'm very hopeful, and in the next 10 years, there's $30 trillion coming from women that are retiring, or they're divorced, or they're widowed. There's a lot of money coming in, and they're earmarking it for women-led businesses.
Yeah, well, I feel we need to get creative, and what she just said is introducing and educating more women, because the fact is that more women, there will be, I think, a majority of the world's wealth will be in women's hands. I forgot by what year, because of death, inheritance, divorce, what have you, just being more successful. And so I know for myself, when I was at just this past, was it Friday or Thursday? No, it was Friday. Time flies. I was at an event that it was organized by Sylvia Ma, who just invests in women, and she does so much in that San Diego community. They have a great support system, women with startups and incubators, and teaching women how to invest, and having all women groups within the Tech Coast Angel group that, as she says, women learn better from other women, and they just feel more confident in that startup, and as they begin to learn to invest. So as a result of being there, because they really did want a community similar to theirs up in Orange County, I thought, well, who do I know, these women, because I did a lot in the fundraising world prior to being an investor, these women are leaders. They raise a ton of money for charities. And if they were just introduced to the fact that it could be recurring, generating money that they could make, instead of just writing the check and always, just doing the same thing over and over, women are hesitant to write investment checks. You're right. Yes. As opposed to they will do 10 times more, giving it just to give it away. And so we've committed with Sandra, who's the founder of OC Angels, an all-women angel group in Orange County, to, between us and a couple other ladies that are writing checks, invite women that we know in our social circles. I'm hosting an event at my home because it's comfortable for them to come to, and it's user-friendly per se, and we committed to at least inviting 60 women that we feel at least some of them would wanting to become familiar and becoming part of OC Angels and learning more about angel investing.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I think anytime anyone starts to do something that they're not familiar with, they don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to have their first investment be something that's going to go sour. So I encourage women who come to Keiretsu Forum, invest in a fund, become an LP, get to know the other LPs, get to know why they invest in the companies that they invest in, and learn through those investments. There are numerous funds for women in business. You become a part of that community. You can invest along with the fund. If you like the company, you can do that as well. So I think we really believe in swarm intelligence, and I think it really helps. And I think women are community driven. We like being a part of a group. We like being, having the same opinions on things and being able to discuss those things. So.
Yeah, I agree. I've been told that there are just 5 minutes left. I just want to go over a closing note with everybody, but you can ask your question after the panel. So with that, do you have any advice for any entrepreneur? We'll take 30 seconds and round it up.
My advice is network. There are people out there that are going to help you.
In addition to that, obviously look for that smart money. Things are.
Oh, okay. I agree with both of them. And I would like to say, when you network and you walk up to an investor, you walk up to one of us that are on the stage, keep your story short and sweet. Don't try to tell me everything you need to tell me about your company. Your only goal is to get me interested enough with 1 or 2 sentences to say, hey, I want your card and I'll call you later, because there is no way in a networking environment that I could possibly even begin to understand what you're doing in that period of time. So understand, where our heads are as well. So keep your story short and sweet in the beginning. When you get into due diligence, that's where you spread everything out.
So in addition to that is, you need to know what specifically investment theses that your investor that you're looking at has. That's very helpful before you do begin to give the whole explanation. And what was I going to say just now? Yes, so looking for that smart money, you don't want to give away portions of your company unless you know that this is going to be an investor that will support you, give you introductions, do what it takes also to make you successful.
That's awesome. So that was the closing note. Network. Keep your story short and sweet. Know your elevator pitch and know the audience that you're speaking to. So with that, on the behalf of TiECON, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I was looking forward to this panel. This has been amazing, and I hope this has been impactful for all of you to listen to. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you touched upon this a little bit. You said the way that women acquire wealth is, one of the ways that women acquire wealth is through either death or divorce. And I can think of 2 examples that some women have a lot of money, the ex-wives of Microsoft founder Bill Gates, or Amazon's former CEO. And maybe you could touch upon whether you have any women like that in your networks.
Not to that success, but definitely there are women, I forget the tax structure because I looked into it myself, that, you earmark a bunch of money and it's through the government and you're not paying as much tax. So I know a couple of women that are doing that. I can't think of their name just now, but I know when I started angel investing 6 years ago, I looked at that vehicle with forgot what lawyer was familiar with that type of structure. So I know of a couple, I should say.
I'm indirectly involved with, so I'm an advisor to Zimbali Network, co-founder, first generation Haitian woman, and the other founder is African American. It's a distributed general ledger for central bank digital currency. They're trying to actually have rails that will take money to the diaspora, right, from the diaspora. They're supported by Emerson Network. Melinda Gates actually is one of the, it's very silent money. And they look at a big emphasis on social impact. So there's a lot of wealthy women in this. It's introduction only, so we are in that space.
Actually, I'm thinking of another founder, the one that started the dating when she wasn't being listened to by men and Match. Yeah, Bumble. Yeah, and she started also a fund to promote other women founders as well.
I want to make a comment as well. Great panel, a lot of energy.
Thank you.
And this network effect is the halo effect, the snowball effect. I spend a lot of time, not only in Silicon Valley, but also in New York City, Boston area, because I focus on health tech, fintech. So I think this, cross-national, reaching into other women networks, in New York City, Boston, Bay Area, I think will be very powerful. And also, I participated, I'm ex-McKinsey also, by the way, Brenda. I participated in World Economic Forum, and there are some very powerful groups there, which not only do this between Europe and US, but also, on a global scale. So India, Southeast Asia, China also, there is a lot of, movements, slowly coming to the surface. So I think, it'll be good to have, the multiplier effect.
Perfect. Thank you for the question. So we'll now all move to lunch. If you have any questions, you can find the panelists there. Thank you so much.
Very nice. Give you that. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me have the mic. One good.
Let me have the mic.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Let's get a picture.
We'll take it.
I will take it. You don't mind that. We don't mind at all.
My turn. 1, 2, 3. Nice smile. Good. One more. Great.
Thank you so much. Let's go for lunch. Everybody, the lunch is being served now. Please exit through the left doors and take a left and follow the crowd. If you don't have a lunch ticket, please see me. I'll provide a lunch ticket. But yeah, please enjoy the lunch and be back here at 1:30 when our next session is going to start.
Also the testing.
And also we have a ongoing free COVID testing going on, so please utilize that. Also visit our exhibitors. We have a lot of raffle this afternoon, so drop in your cards on the exhibit tables, and then there would be exciting prizes to be won at 3:30 in the afternoon. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Yeah, I know Ashish. But I'm part of the executive committee. Yes, no, definitely. This is very, very motivating, and I think please. This is all, we want to bring the.
Yeah, Ashish, this is great. I mean, I can't tell you, I really wanted to come up and let you know this is very motivating and.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Yeah.
Share that, maybe, when we start.
I always go on
Here
the
is some of the
website and I give
feedback
my feedback.
from our.
Feedback has to be
But Sonia,
positive.
what I need is I want you to work with Raushi and other people and see if we can get more women involved. Because as you can see, again,
I
it stands not even 10%.
I see that. And I see that. So basically, exactly, I mean, I need to know exactly what I can do. And again, right now, with the member, I participated twice as a guest, but I'm just getting more and more interested, and, so I need to know how much time, I'll be very honest with you, because of my participation with my other companies right now. So I need to be very clear as to what kind of time, active time, passive time, or is it morning hours, is it evening hours?
No, I mean, it's as much time as you want to do, but we really don't have to do a lot of things between me and our back office team. We will be doing heavy lifting anyhow. But if you can, we need more women to become either investors or charter members. So they come to these events. That's the first thing. If you meet them here, then they can see the very,
No, definitely.
you know,
It's
like the
attractive.
panel we have put, but if there are not enough women, you know, there were 4 women here and 8, maybe 7 there.
Yeah.
So
Please don't have the conversations until the panel's over. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Oh, hope you all enjoyed the lunch. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch and had a great time. Moving on, we start with the next session, which is called Ask the Expert and Ask Me Anything. First, I would like to call upon Roshan Shetty.
Hi, I'm Roshan Shetty, and I guess I've presumably been invited on this panel since I was fortunate enough recently to have 2 exits for companies that I co-founded and ran as CEO. One in nanotechnology and one in medical devices. So my background is, double E, graduate degrees in double E in optical sciences, and then worked in semiconductors for a few years. And then got an MBA and switched careers to investment banking. So did that in the Valley for some time. And then during the internet boom, when the whole world was moving to San Francisco, I decided to take a crazy chance and move to Paris to do an internet startup. So we rode that wave pretty hard. We raised a lot of money, did all the strategic stuff like acquisitions, etc. And then the market crashed. So there was no fairy tale ending there. So I had to come back here and restart. And then I worked in nano for a couple of years and then began sort of my startup phase 2.0. So this time, after many years of struggle, good things happen. So my successful startup experiences in both nano and medical devices involved fundamentally new technologies and new resultant product categories. So it involved basically many inventions, both in-house and licensing from universities. And the key issues that I have a lot of experience with are, product technology development, identifying minimum viable product and going through the whole product market fit dance, and then the adoption sales process ramping up. And then, in my line of work, IP infringement, IP litigation is a big part of what we do, so that's all stuff that I've done a lot of. So a few items that I've taken away from my experience are, number one, survival. You've heard this here a lot. You have, as a founder, your goal is to make sure you survive long enough while continually learning and adapting to market feedback. If you do that, then it's a very high likelihood that good things will happen. The other thing, another takeaway that you should have as mentors are very important because, all the stuff people talk about in the stage, you necessarily have to condense everything. Even books, there's so many nested if-then loops and all this advice that a mentor I found is always good because usually, assuming everybody here, and we're talking about smart people, the easy questions, the answer are going to be obvious. The difficult questions that you'll be faced with generally do not have a right, wrong answer. They usually are, multiple variable optimization problem, where if you fully maximize one, you're going to screw up the other variable. So it's always a judgment issue. And having mentors who've traveled, done something similar helps you because they can help you think through usually the second and third order implications of any decision, which is, very hard as a new person to know. So mentors for me have been very helpful in my career. And then, my third point here is slightly unusual since I don't hear it discussed very much in forums like these. It's, be authentic. By that, I mean, take the time, which, for Indians especially, is an important thing to understand. Take the time, especially when you're younger, take the time to self-reflect, be exposed to different experiences to find out who you are and what makes you tick. The startup journey is an all-consuming one. You're not going to have time to do that once you're in the game, because again, survival is key, and you got to be on that grind. So from my experience, there's 2 key benefits of finding your own authentic voice and knowing who you are. One is during the startup journey, it helps you establish really good relationships with sort of the key people in that journey you're on. Employees, shareholders, investors, collaborators, all those people. And generally, the higher up you go, you'll find out the higher up you go in the food chain, people value authenticity. It's something that's highly valued. And the other, and maybe more important benefit of being authentic is post-exit. This society is sort of, the US culture especially, is so obsessed with making it that you're sort of, you have this belief that once you make it, you're in a state of perennial euphoria, and it's nothing like that. sort of, life goes on. And yeah, you got a nice healthy bank balance, which initially you're obsessed with, make sure all those zeros are real and they don't just vanish and all that kind of stuff. But beyond that, it's like after some time you forget about it. Then you still have to deal with who you are, and only you face yourself in the mirror and all the other things you deal with. So, if you find your authentic voice, it's going to help you navigate your, post-exit future. And I'll leave you with sort of a parting thought here, because this is all new for me since I didn't hear this subject being discussed anywhere. Clayton Christensen, the Harvard professor who some of you may know, he's the one who coined the innovator's dilemma. He actually wrote a very interesting book called How Do You Measure Your Life? And he's he's an HBS prof, and he does interviews with HBS alumni year after year, generally asking them, are you happy? Why you're not, why you are? And so it's a very interesting book. I'd recommend, you guys read it, but the phrase that's relevant to my point here is that something that stayed in my brain is that he said, lack of what he's found in talking to those people who are happy and who are not, lack of money makes you unhappy, but having money does not necessarily make you happy. So it's like a necessary but not sufficient condition. So, given that we're all on a very complex and very path-dependent journey, my own view is that a more authentic voice or whatever of yourself you find, the more you can enjoy your post-exit state. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Roshan. Now please welcome Monisha Coelho.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monisha Coelho. I am a business and corporate attorney. I handle a wide range of business disputes for companies. So I represent companies in matters where there's a dispute between founders or shareholders, investors, an employee stealing trade secrets, there's a breach of contract, there's some kind of fraud. I grew up in Mumbai. I practiced law there before I started practicing law in California. And I handle a cross-border India-US practice. So companies in India that are trying to set up operations here, a joint venture, buy a lab, I work with them. And then US companies that are going into India. I'm the third generation lawyer in my family. My grandfather was a judge during British India. My dad was a barrister from Lincoln's Inn, and now I am one too, and I'm proud to follow in my father's footsteps. As a lawyer, I am a support person to businesses. The businesses have the great ideas. My role is to make sure that their businesses succeed and thrive. So I take care of all the legal problems, all the financial and legal liabilities, so a founder or a business owner or a company can focus on what they want to do, which is growing the business. My motto with my clients is, if you fail to take care of something on the front end, you are going to spend 3 times the amount of money on the back end. And so, to me, a good client or a sophisticated business person is somebody who recognizes issues that need to be addressed right up front by creating a really solid, healthy foundation and then building their structure on top of it. And to that, I'll say, if you only plan for your business to be successful, for everything to work out with your vendors, your contractors, you are likely not going to be able to weather when something goes bad. My 3 big takeaways, the areas where I see startups fumble the most is, and I'll give you a little story. I talked with a very successful entrepreneur from India. He had a successful business there. He wanted to set up it here in the US because he'd get 3x for what he was making in India. And he said to me, I raised funds first in India and then I set up a company. So that's how I'm going to do it in the US. And I said to him, you can't raise funds in the US unless you have some kind of a corporate structure in place. And he was like, no, this is how I did it in India. That's how I want to do it here in the US. And so this is my first point. If you the first obstacle is if you have a mindset that believes, because this is the way it's done in India, this is the way I did it in my previous startup, this is how my friends or my family or other people I talked to did it, therefore it applies to me for this current venture, then you're going to have financial or legal issues coming up. So whether it is, my friend set up a company that's a Delaware corporation, therefore that works for me, that's not necessarily true, because you can have management issues, confidentiality issues, corporate structuring issues, tax issues that are unique to your entity that may not be unique to your uncle or your friend or a founder, another founder, or your mentor or your co-founders, or even your prior startup company. And so in sticking to an old idea, what you end up doing is you end up being less profitable, and really at the worst case scenario, you end up failing entirely. And so that's kind of one of the things, my first takeaway. The second is documenting your relationships, right? So your co-founders, your relationship with your co-founders, your investors, your vendors, your suppliers, your employees. If we don't have solid contracts in place, I've seen situations where when there's a liquidity event or several years down the line, a co-founder comes back and says, you know, all those 10,000 hours I worked on the company, I'm so glad I'm going to get paid for it now. And you're going, what are you talking about? We never said you were getting sweat equity compensation. It was you put in X, I put in 5X, and that's how we're going to, you know, distribute it when there's a liquidity event. But if you didn't have those contracts in place, you're going to now be in a dispute with a co-founder, and there's no investor who wants to touch a company when you're having disputes of any kind. Because your contracts are not proper, your corporate structure is not proper, you didn't do your books properly. If there's any dispute of a kind with employees, with protecting your intellectual property, an investor will look at it and go, no, thank you. Either the cleanup is going to be too time-consuming or too costly, or I don't want to get into something that's this sticky, or this shows a lack of sophistication, and I don't want to entrust my money to somebody like this. Also, I see a lot of people who will download contracts off the internet, or worse still, they'll sign something somebody else, the person on the other side gave them. And so I've had clients that will show up and there's a penalty agreement if they were late in performing or they didn't perform, or there's now an interest when the payment was late, and now they're stuck with it, and it's a significant amount of money because they signed that contract. They didn't really understand what it was. They trusted the other side, and now they are in that situation. There's not much you can do once you sign a contract. Also, the one quick thing I'll say is, within immigrant communities, whether it's Indian or Jewish or Middle Eastern or whatever, people think signing a contract is the beginning of the negotiation process, and it's not. If you sign that contract and you don't perform, the other side, because this is the US and the US legal system works very quickly, very efficiently, and is much more used than any other country in the world, you will get sued. The other side will win. They will get a judgment against you, and then they will attach your bank accounts and your assets and whatever corporate entity, whatever corporate assets you have. And if you don't have enough corporate assets, they can go after you personally if you didn't do your corporate structure paperwork properly. So there are real-time consequences to that. And the last thing I'll say is know when to stop talking. So if there's a dispute, if something is going wrong, if there's a question, if there's a potential argument or a dispute with anybody, your employees, your shareholders, your investors, your co-founders, stop talking. Stop sending text messages, don't send emails, don't have conversations, because you could likely be making admissions against yourself. So you get the text from your co-founder saying, wow, we're getting a liquidity event, those 10,000 hours I put in, so great, I'm finally going to get compensated for it, right? And if you write back and say, okay, you now agreed that he's entitled to 10,000 hours worth of compensation, right? So emails, people send stream of consciousness emails from their phones, right? And guess what? Either it's incoherent because you didn't read everything, or you responded to part of it, and now you bound yourself to a situation which, if it really goes south and somebody goes to a court of law, they'll say, Your Honor, he agreed to this in writing, here's the email, right? So I guess my last point is know when to stop talking and call a lawyer.
Thank you, Monisha. Now please welcome Scott Fox.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. I wanted to start by thanking TiE. This is a great organization. You're all lucky to be a part of it. I only recently became involved because I didn't realize that white guys were invited. But here I am, and I'm proud to be a charter member. And I want to thank Anshuman in particular, along with Ashish and Shankar. I see Deval over there. Jerry, there's probably others. I know there's a big team of you, but this is a fantastic organization. This is the lovely kind of community that a lot of us who pioneered the internet did it to found, right? I've been on the WhatsApp channel for a few weeks now after I joined as a charter member, and it's been a real kick. Sorry, I had to mute you guys. There's a lot of chatter, but it's all very good-natured and supportive, and I think it's just great. So thanks for having me. So why am I up here? Ask me anything. So you are going to get asked questions. We're not all just going to get to talk at you, but the idea was we would give you some background on each of us, so I'll do that as well. I'm a serial internet entrepreneur. I raised my first venture capital round about 25 years ago, lost it all, and suffered greatly, but came back strong. In the intervening years, I've built a bunch of companies, most of which you hadn't heard of, but have done all right. But along the way, I'm also an investment banker, and I have a law degree, so I can pretty much talk about anything if you want to ask. But what I really found was the internet was a way to express one's business ambitions and maybe help other people along the way. And along the way, for myself, I've written 3 books about entrepreneurship. Maybe some of you have read them. There are many languages around the world. And the idea was to help other people figure out that the internet was a business opportunity and a creative opportunity and an impact opportunity all at the same time. And that's what I spend most of my time doing now. If you look in the program, I'm listed as the running the Orange County Startup Council, which is an organization that I started. It's a community service group basically trying to increase the access to capital and innovation and connections for early stage founders here in Orange County. I spent most of my career in New York and Los Angeles and of course the Bay Area, and I moved to Orange County. I'm like, where is everybody? So I tried to get them all together online. So if you are an early stage, especially tech entrepreneur, go to ocstartupcouncil.org and we'll try to help you. That's what we're doing. My job, people keep asking me today what I do. I guess mostly I do is I'm an investor these days. I'm an active angel investor. I'm part of Tech Coast Angels. I'm the chairman of the Stanford Angels for Orange County. I'm an active LP in several funds. I've invested in enough companies that I've lost track, somewhere in the 20s, maybe the low 30s. I have a lot of interest in fintech, especially these days, in crypto, very interesting. But my core focus is B2B SaaS companies, because that's what people usually ask me next. Okay, so that's me. So my little talk, I thought, would be just a couple minutes, then we'll get to the questions, would be if you're here listening today, maybe you're wondering about how to pitch investors. So I thought I'd share a half dozen ideas about things not to do when you pitch investors, because these are the next set of questions that I usually get. So I've got 6 of these, okay? And I'll do them quickly, and then we'll get to questions. So first of all, it's a myth that investors these days invest in ideas. That was awesome in the 90s. It doesn't work anymore. Today, you need to have some traction. Traction can be anything. Traction's a kind of a buzzword, but it means that you have ideally some revenues, but maybe at least some demonstrated customer interest or some users or something that shows that this isn't just an idea. Why is that? Are investors just jerks? No. We're in the job of protecting the capital that we've been entrusted with, whether it's personal or institutional. So we're looking to de-risk, and if you can show that you have done something more than just talk, that makes the conversation more interesting very quickly. Another one, mistake would be trying to build a company by yourself. The media loves stories like Mark Zuckerberg or Steve Jobs or Elon Musk, but they also love stories about lottery winners, right? Most companies are built with teams of people. And if you come to me or any investor and you are asking us to write a check, and you haven't even proven that you can convince your brother to join you, then we're probably not going to believe you. You may be a genius, but you need a team to build a real company these days. Third, when you do pitch, often I judge a lot of startup competitions, right, where we'll all be up here talking to you, and you're giving a pitch about your company, and you talk like this, or you talk like this, or you don't know how to use a microphone, right? You got to be excited about this stuff. If you're not excited, why are we going to be excited? So you got to practice this. And if your natural demeanor, no offense to those of you who are engineers, if your natural demeanor is to be quiet and monotonous, then you got to pick it up a little. A couple more, I'll be real quick. Don't pitch theory, give us examples, right? Show us what you're doing. Don't pitch the product, tell us about the business. Make sure you have customer validation, because technology without customers is theory again, and that's not what gets you paid. And last, you're not LeBron James, you're not Tom Brady. If you come to us with an early stage valuation that's north of 10 or $15 million, you're not going to get funded, right? So again, I'm not Mark Zuckerberg, and neither are you. Keep your expectations realistic, and we'll be happy to help you. That's why angel investors do this. We like to help, but you got to help us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We got next 10 minutes to ask the expert panel, and we got the mics around the room. If you have questions, please come up to the mic and ask the panel. Thank you.
Testing the mic to make sure I know how to use a mic.
Good start.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody here. I wanted to ask a question. I have a B2B SaaS business in the fintech space, and I'm in a unique position where there's a potential for somebody to acquire us. We're just 2 years into this business and there's already that potential. However, I also see that if I don't go that route and try and raise a larger set of funds, I could potentially make this a lot bigger. So I would love to get either one of you gentlemen, since you both have done startups, your thoughts on, the path potentially that, is in front of me in a sense.
I was just asking him if he raised money recently, because I have not personally raised. I've been on the other side a lot. There's no easy answer there. You're obviously a smart guy if you're in that situation, right? It's a question of leverage, right? How much ownership do you want to keep versus how much money can you take in, and how much faster will that extra capital make you move? Investors these days are not looking so much for ideas like I just spoke about, but they're really looking for situations where they can pour gasoline on a fire that's already started. If you've started that fire and that gasoline is going to multiply your sales to the point where you end up making more money that way, I think that's the answer. You probably know that though. Hopefully that's validating for you, but it's a spreadsheet question as much as anything. The piece that isn't often addressed though is how much you like those people, because if those guys are gonna, or gals are gonna invest and you don't like them, that's really expensive money, right? Investors, especially if you lose control somehow, it's a very, very difficult marriage. And divorces are a very unpleasant thing, and you want to avoid that, especially if you've got your personal net worth tied up in addition to the company's and investors' capital. So I would be, as much time as I spent on the spreadsheets, I would spend having dinner with those folks and figuring out if you really like them. That's some advice anyway.
I'll just add to that. I haven't really raised money for SaaS type things. It's not a specific response, a general response in any uncertain situation you're faced with, right? Because when you're sitting here, you don't have all the information. You have to make, you have to make some decisions. So I would have conversations while being candid with them, saying, I'm not sure I want to do this, but maybe you should explain you the benefits. And so have them, in talking to these people and getting new information, that'll help you navigate your way. You'll get new information and you will be able to then, use mentors and other people around you to sort of help gauge with the new information. Have these people sell to you. If you're already in a position to get, or somebody offering you, acquiring your company, you have something valuable. There's some cards you've got. So there's potentially investors who will be willing to talk to you and have them sell to you as to what they can bring to the party and why should you not take this offer. You'll learn as you go along.
That's great advice. That's going in my next book, actually. He's right. You can ask questions. A lot of people are so intimidated by the people that write the checks, but we're just people too, right? If I'm a jerk, you can figure that out. And the quickest way to figure that out is ask for references. And if they won't give you good references, it's just like hiring somebody. You're hiring them, right? And if they're not willing to sell to you, they're not really interested. They're trying to take advantage of you, right? You want somebody that's going to treat you as an equal. And in fact, you're doing them a favor if your company is that good.
Got it.
Can I?
Sorry?
TiE SoCal Angels, Shanksy Shankar on the left.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I jump in? I know you.
Yeah, sure.
Asked
Sorry.
the
Of course.
gentleman the question,
Of
but
course.
I'll be the lady and answer it. See, what happens when businesses come to us as lawyers, right? We're halfway through the paperwork and the client's going, well, I don't want this or I don't want that, right? And I guess what I'm trying to say is if you don't have a detailed term sheet, you have not worked out the nitty-gritties of, like, on paper, everything. Who's paying me, how much, when, why, how, what are the terms of it, what can I do, what can I not do, what's the non-compete? Every single one of those details has not gone in. What rights am I getting, right? What are the warranties or the reps and warranties they're asking me? If you don't have that worked out up front, you can be several $1,000s deep into legal fees, and you're suddenly going, wait, this is not what I agreed to, or this is not what I want. And now we're sitting here going, wait, did you not do your homework before you came to us? And it's either you signed a term sheet and now you're stuck because you really restricted your rights in terms of what you can get, or you just wasted a lot of legal fees and time you could have spent focusing on doing something else. So I totally echo what both of them said in terms of what I see it from.
Got it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
A question here. I know both of you have founded companies and also are now investors. So in terms of companies that don't have revenue, that's a challenge to invest in. But suppose you're dealing with a company that has patents or IP. How do you, first of all, as a founder, set valuations for those? And as an investor, how do you assess the value of that company that has patents, has certain IP, but very little revenue? And especially for angel investors who don't have the wherewithal to do elaborate diligence that a large VC might be able to do.
Vijay, as you know, valuation is not it's an art more than a science. So if you want to do the textbook DCF way, right, the Excel sheet, then you'd have to take the patent and have them, estimate the potential revenues flowing out of it, blah, blah, blah. But there's a lot of risk in that calculation because, translating a patent to a product is already there's significant risk in that so you have to you have to apply that discount to whatever revenues you come up with. So there's two approaches. One is the textbook, Excel sheet, taking a patent to a product and the revenues coming from it and bringing it back and applying all the discounts to that. And the other thing is just the comps, for something similar, what's the potential thing, what have been the valuations in similar spaces and that kind of stuff, and then use them as then it's a game where the investor will try to push for the lowest valuation you can get, and the founders are having to push for the highest valuation that they can get, and, hopefully you meet somewhere in between. That's been my experience.
Okay.
I'll say quickly, make sure those patents are clean, they've been properly registered, they are owned, there's no disputes over them. If you're doing crypto work, it's not just the patent, you have to make sure what compliance is, because everybody now, the SEC, the FDIC, the national banking, everybody is entering the regulatory space to ensure crypto compliance on whether you're a money transmitter's license or whatever else, you need to be using it. So you also now have to check that additional space if you're doing crypto.
Okay, go ahead. Good afternoon. I just asked the same question, but it's a little different angle. I'm the CEO of a company that we are also a SaaS company, and we are already have patents that has been granted, and we are also entering internationally, and we have market overseas in Asia. So what we saw some traction, but the point here is that when you talk with your investors, how you decide about planning about the future. What are the items that you have to check mark in your investors if you are having several interests and you want to choose which one you want to go with, or at least how to combine those investments? Thank you.
We don't have a lot of time here, so I guess the thing I would focus on is growth. But what investors want to see these days, more than a good idea, more than existing customers, is trajectory. They want to see that you're growing rapidly and that any dollar they put in comes out 5x, 10x, or 100x. So without having a much longer discussion, that's what I would look at trying to demonstrate.
Sorry, my question was the other way. What do you look in your investors as bringing them as your team? So.
He means, what do you look for in an investor? How does he evaluate investors to decide who's the best fit?
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I guess you're right. It's the reverse, right? Which investor can help you grow the fastest? That's what you mean. Got it. Okay. Yeah. So you want to find it. And this is critical. This is a very common mistake for early stage founders. Almost done, Jerry. A lot of entrepreneurs look online, they find 50 firms, and then they pitch them all without regard to what those investors invest in, right? So you can shortcut your route to money a lot by spending time doing due diligence on the investors before they even know about you to do due diligence on you. So part of that selection process would be finding people that invest in your industry, obviously, in your sector, with your kinds of customers, finding comps, like Roshan said, of similar companies that have already had success in this area, who were their investors, making friends with those CEOs, getting referrals back up the chain to their investors. That's the easy, not so easy way to find money these days, and with a focus again on those that are going to accelerate you the most. And the sign says stop. I'm sorry, I'll be happy to talk more later if anybody wants to connect in the lobby, and my fellow panelists probably also open to conversations outside.
Can I get my question in?
Real quick.
I don't know.
Okay, for 1 minute?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'll be very brief. I'm Harkwasa. We have a teeth whitening oral care business which is we sell product to consumers and to dental offices. Pop White is the name of the company. Right now we are doing $350,000 a year, break-even operation, but to take it to $25 million in the next 5 years, I need to raise some money. So my question is, I'm trying to raise about $500,000 to grow rapidly. Should I not raise the money and try to build up the company to $1 million sales first? Or is it okay to right now go and raise $500,000 at our current size?
Real quick. All right. There we go. Real quick, that's the same question that the first gentleman asked. You got to decide how much money you're going to take in, what you're going to give up for it, and whether that's going to accelerate you fast enough to repay the money you took in.
Yeah, I'll just add that, generally, I guess I did VC stuff and that didn't work out very well, and VCs are not a good, class of people to interact with. Your company's not doing well, so I've dealt with that BS. But on the other hand, I'm also an investor now. So investors can be a good pain in the ass to have so long as things are going well. So in a way, it's really up to you to decide how much of the company you're giving up, what are the expectations you're setting. Yeah, investors and VCs in general, investors are good if you feel there's a time-bound opportunity, and if you don't take the money and don't scale up, you're either not going to reach that market opportunity or you'll have competition come. It helps you go faster, and it's up to you to decide if is it worth giving up that money, that whatever little bit of control, and you'll only get that specific answer when you go out and talk to investors. Maybe you should pitch Shankar at TiE or other people and gauge, whatever they're asking for in return for giving you the money you're looking for, is that worth it to you? And that's the trade-off, right? It'll give you the cash that'll help you move faster versus, people to answer to that you may not want to or not be used to.
So it would be okay to explore and find out if they're willing to give the money.
100%. You should always explore these. I mean, it's always, it takes time. So you have to decide how much time you're willing to commit and, the distraction, all that kind of stuff. But in an uncertain situation, don't make a decision till you have more information at all. People make that mistake. You don't have to make decisions. You just go forward and get new information and, then you can decide.
So in your opinion, we don't have to wait till we get to $1 million sales. We can
I would talk to people now. So long as they're willing to talk to you, then, I would, here, that's a great thing about what Shankar's done and what I'm going to give a plug for TiE Angels right now. It's a great forum for you to just, they have an investor panel coming up next where they're going to talk about this, and you could post the same question again to them and see if that's something that someone like Vijay would be interested in talking to, right? You'll get that feedback. It's a great tool that members of the community should use,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you, the expert panel.
All right, we are good. All right, we are trying to make technology work here. Navneet is in Mexico, and I think Imran Habib, our other panelist, is in New York, and then we'll have our third and fourth panelists right here in Southern California, Shankar Ram and Ash Patel from CVCal. So give us a couple of minutes to make everything work. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Let me show that.
Okay. Hi, Navneet. What's happening? I don't need to be speaking, but we need to hear them through the.
Try. Hello,
So-
hello, hello, hello. No, it's
No.
Yeah.
Navneet, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Navneet?
Can you hear me?
Imran? Hello?
Flash. Yeah, it has to be the same system, Microsoft. Yes, it's already.
So they are there,
It's already a same system. It doesn't do anything.
They are right here.
The thing is,
Go out the settings.
I need to have it on duplicate, otherwise I'm not seeing you
Oh,
guys.
okay.
Yeah,
So that.
okay. And sound,
It's already connected. Is the volume up there?
yeah.
So their sound.
Hello, hello. Can you hear us?
Yeah, they are talking. So where is the sound?
Let's see. The speaker?
We
No,
cannot
it's
hear.
not, yeah. Same system.
Oh, man. That's the problem with trying to do this.
Speakers here?
Okay.
So this plan will be peanuts for you. This is the future device.
Okay, now can you hear us?
You see how fast we've grown, right? I moved here barely $1 billion in 6 years or 2.
Okay.
And at the rate that we're going, and this is in a hard currency, not in part rupees, which is dwindling by the day.
Them are talking.
176 today. Wow. Yeah, so
That's already mute, not
we've
mute.
got a coal mine, a coal power plant. It's quite a
We do it
Take
this.
this audio only.
Oh, there. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
much on the industrial side. So it's HAB in Pakistan, which also then for the two bank kind of thing is very proper. And what would you say is the value?
No, he's gonna take care of it. We need that. We need the same system.
I can tell you the exact number is around 17%, but 17% accounts for 65% of units.
Can I
Oh, yeah.
and then join?
So,
Yeah, that's right.
Hello?
No, you have to join again.
The two of them, AG Zurich is just shy of 1.3.
Can you hear us?
And we're at over 200, so 1.5 is sits in the finance companies.
Can you hear us? Hello?
So the bank would be, the banking side, let's say, what, about 15 billion, and what would be the non-banking side assets of the family be? Another 25?
It's hard to say because Toyota itself is valued at well over $1 billion in Pakistan.
Okay.
But you do annual sales of at least 110 million US, not line of over $1 billion. So, if you actually do a proper valuation, like if I put my PE hat on, Toyota's probably heavier than Oliver. Banks, you can value at 1.5 times equity, but AG Zurich's return on equity is flat, it's not great.
It is TiE people call me. Hey, Shankar? No.
Can you hear us?
No. He can't. Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you. But,
okay.
So the Zoom, you're on screen, but we can hear you, can't hear us.
Okay.
So how do we do it?
Which means, let's see. Worst case, I think you ask the questions and I don't know how we get to give the cue. And then probably we can come on the Zoom screen too. If somebody's standing here on the Zoom screen.
Yeah, but we are not talking, he can't hear from Zoom also.
Hello? Yes, we can join from the phone and then also use.
Oh, we'll lose people. All right, while we are fixing the technical issues here, just wanted to remind you that we have exciting raffle and happy hours coming up at 3:30. So hopefully you have gone to the exhibitors, dropped in your business
Ash
cards.
going to sit on the stage?
Because they are going to raffle
Ash is going to sit on
a
the
few
stage.
prizes at 3:30.
Yeah. So I can ask him one question, and then you ask Ash the question, and you text me, and then I'll ask him the next question. Yeah. You moderate the stage, and I'll moderate the event. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's text each other. Yeah, I was just reading the Toyota Indus Wikipedia. It's amazing.
If you actually go to hoh.net, House of Habib, hoh.net, that shows everything.
Oh, I see. I see.
No, my heart was always on that industrial side.
Yeah.
Out of college, you're not allowed to work for your dad, so I got a job working in PE, and then Raza pulled me out of PE because I was living in his house in Dubai. So he's like, "What are you doing working for this guy?" So he really gave me a tough time. And then he's like, "Look, if you don't join now, I'm not going to take you. You'll have to go to a different job." So I was like, "Okay, I'll leave.
Yeah, wow.
And I still got stuck then with a different Chacha, but at least I got quite a few years with Raza.
Right. Wow. Yeah, I've never seen this side.
This is why I'm in Karachi every 5 weeks.
Yeah. I visited Raza 3 times, I think, in his house, 3 or 4 times in Dubai.
You always speak very highly of you.
Yeah, we had such a great friendship. Yeah. Sometimes I'm just mad at him for leaving us.
Yeah, me too. And my dad.
You can tell him.
Both very early.
Text now, need.
Yeah, right.
Raza was too early.
Too early, too.
My dad, I think he knew. done all of his preparations and everything,
Hi.
but
We had some technical problems.
Radha is still just shocking.
Navneet and
We had dinner with him the night before.
Yeah, no, I called him that night and he was out with you guys and had some work stuff to discuss and he's just like, buddy, not today. He's like, please, yeah.
you too now. Navneet,
You remember I come to LA for a few hours just to collect.
Navneet was supposed to be here, but he had to go to Mexico. And Imran is in New York. I'm sitting in with Ash Patel. And first, I think, let Navneet start the introductions. Let them introduce themselves, actually, Imran. And then we'll go to Ash. And then it's going to be complicated. Navneet will ask a question for Imran, then I'll ask the same question of Ash.
Okay.
We're going to try to manage.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for putting up with this. We never
Sure. So I'll introduce both of them.
Yes.
Okay, right now?
Oh, he's here.
Okay.
Oh, you can speak from there?
Okay, so we're starting, Imran. Good afternoon, everyone, in wonderful sunny TiE, Los Angeles. It's at Sheraton Cerritos. Pleasure to be with all of you. We have a panel with two wonderful speakers. We have Imran Habib. He's director at Habib Bank, the world famous Habib Bank. Part of the Habib Bank family. The family is involved in automobiles, auto parts, building materials, packaging, energy, and property. In Pakistan, they have a joint venture with Toyota, where they manufacture and assemble the Toyota cars in Pakistan. The only joint venture Toyota has with any company around the world. Imran is educated at Harvard and now in the US at Habib Bank, a $12 billion worldwide banking conglomerate. Our second speaker is Ash Patel. He's been with Premier Commercial Bank for 10 years and now Commercial Bank CEO for 8 years and our wonderful charter member. So I have, thank you both of you for joining. And I have a few questions to ask you, and then we'll let the audience ask questions. So Imran, let me start with you. What would you say are the top 3 secrets of your success or your success habits?
Hi Naveed, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'd say the 3 secrets to success are, of course, number 1, hard work. Number 2, I think, organization. And number 3, luck.
Okay.
So those would be my 3.
That's wonderful. Ash, what's your answer?
This works. I have 3 of mine. My first one is always stay hungry. That means you always want to stay focused. Second is never give up. As Winston Churchill said, never, ever, ever give up. And my third one is always remember where you came from, because every one of us started somewhere humble with something very little, and then go back and give back where you came from. So those are my 3 secrets of my success, which I live by on a daily basis.
Thank you, Ash. So Imran, what would be your advice to the entrepreneurs in the audience? And you can give your advice to either the startups or the established businesses in the audience.
I guess it's very generic advice, but in the world we live in today with all of these uncertainties, you just have to really keep trying and pushing, set the bar quite high and just push really hard, set a goal for yourself and work very hard to achieve it, whether it be a small goal, whether it be a big goal. And in today's environment, you have to take everything day by day. So, slow, steady steps.
Okay, wonderful. Ash, what's your advice?
My advice would be first find your passion. Somebody here was earlier on talking about you should exactly love what you do, not like what you do. So if you're an entrepreneur that you're going to start, don't look at it as if it's a work. Look at it as if this is something I cannot live with, and then never give up. So if you take it as something that it's something I want to do, I'd like to do, maybe I'd give it a shot. As a startup, it won't work. Most successful startups have given their life, blood, sweat, and tears, never gave up, put the last dollar on the line, and then always focused on what they love to do. So first find that, and if that happens to be the startup or an idea, then that will take the journey, because any startup you do has successes and failures, because it's not going to happen the first time. It's not going to go the way you plan it to go. You can have people that will disappoint you, products will disappoint you, life events happen. A lot of things happen when you start a company. So my advice is first and foremost, find a passion you'd like to do, and then be prepared for the journey that it'll going to take you, because it's not going to be straight, and it's not going to be straight up. It's going to be up, down, left, right. At the end of the day, your passion is the only thing that's going to keep you focused on getting to where you want to get to. So for any startup, I think that's number one. Love what you do, not like what you do. Love what you do. That'll make the big difference in success and failure of a startup.
Okay, so I have a silly question to ask you, Imran. It's kind of hard to ask a banker this question, but imagine nobody is listening. What is your advice, a secret of getting a loan from a bank?
Great question. Coming from a long lineage of very anti-risk bankers, I'd say the secret would be collateral and cash flow, right? So, the longer the tenor, the lesser the cash flow burden. So, tenor and cash flow and collateral. Those would be my two things.
So what do you say to people that complain that the bank will only give you a loan if you really don't need it?
Those are the customers that you want, So unfortunately, banking today, if you're backed by a government and you have money to waste and money to throw around, I think the allowance for loan loss reserves of a lot of banks are very large. So being a prudent bank, I'd listen to the customer, I'd apologize, but that's the name of the game today.
Right. Success breeds success, I suppose. Ash, how do we get a loan from you?
I think the most important part about a loan that you want to get from a banker is first develop a relationship, have a business plan. So once you have that, cash flow and collateral are definitely technicals that you need to get a loan from a bank. But these days, if you have a startup and you don't have cash flow, you don't have collateral, you have an idea and you want to go to a bank. So if you don't have that, then you either go to private equity. So there's debt or equity. Those are two things you go, which means your question is defined already. If you go to a bank, that means you have a viable business. We're at a conference where I'll call it VC and private equity is where it is. So the answer would be this: if you have a successful business in 3 years, you need growth capital or growth debt, talk to a banker, because bank debt isn't always equity debt. So yes, cash flow and collateral are important, but they are not always the ones that get you to the next step of your business. So if you're just simply looking for a loan, you can go to any big bank and get a loan, because it's very simple today. You can go to Square Cash today, you just algorithmically done. You don't need a banker. But if you want a longer term relationship, what this conference is about, I would say personally develop a relationship with the bank first. Discuss your plan, then you can talk about a loan. So that's my advice for how to get a loan from a bank is pick a bank, pick a small bank, develop a relationship, talk to them about your business, get them to understand your business. Should be a viable business. Banks don't provide money for startups. Venture capital people do, private equities do. Banks don't. Unless it's an SBA loan or government, even then, cash flow and collateral are needed.
Thank you, Ash. So Imran, let's talk about something global, something at a 36,000 feet view. Since you have businesses around the world in Europe and Asia and United States, you would have a very good idea of this. What do you think is the future of the economy? What's your forecast for the economy near term and long term?
If you look at the current situation again with COVID and the uncertainties, it's breeding a lot of issues when it comes to global shipping crisis, interest rates around the world. I think next year we're going to be in for a very similar year like this one, with a lot less government spending. So we'd have a lot less government support. People will be left to fend for themselves. Right now, we see that there's a lot of liquidity in the markets, right? So that I feel that's going to dry up at some point next year. Interest rates will remain low, I believe, till cash becomes more of a needed asset. The global shipping crisis is a real problem. The problem with your chips for deliveries of automobiles, white goods. I think the world is going to take some time to recover from this. I don't think we've seen the end of it yet. I still feel the ripple effects will last a little longer. But again, short term, I feel we're in for much of the same. But again, economies moves in cycles. We're seeing a low right now. We just have to ride the wave and cross our fingers and hope for the best. We're in uncharted territory right now. So again, day by day.
One of the things that I like doing in these presentations, and if I'm lucky enough to moderate a good panel like we have one now, is that I don't like to have my panelists be prepared and tell them what all the questions I want to ask. And I feel like the panelists that join us at TiE are wonderful people and they can handle almost anything. So let me ask you the most complicated question somebody's ever going to ask you in your life. So from year 1 to 1750, India, which included Pakistan and Bangladesh, was the richest country in the planet. And from year 1 to 1750, the subcontinent India had 25% of the world GDP. And now we are at 5% of the world GDP. From year 1 to 1750, the continent had about 25% of the world's population and a fair share of world GDP. And now we have 20% of the world population with 5% of the world GDP. And if God shows up and says, hey, Imran, I'm giving you 3 wishes to fix your favorite subcontinent in the world, what would you do to fix India and Pakistan and Bangladesh and get us back to our glory days?
No good question. I think a judicial system that is you can trust and you can depend on, especially when I'm talking about Pakistan here. A judicial system is most important, right? You need some stability. You need to know that laws are going to be upheld. Honest people, if you look at our Pakistan again in our last 30 years, our history of politicians, all individually very rich, but done not much for the country. And, thirdly, historically our countries were very rich in export, right? Whether it be spices, cotton, textiles. And because labor today remains so cheap on that part of the world, labor today is your cheapest export. That's what we've seen at least in Pakistan. So another wish of mine, at least for Pakistan, would be education. Where India has way surpassed Pakistan on the education front. The literacy rates are fantastic in India and in Bangladesh, whereas Pakistan is a totally illiterate country, which is really sad. So as you know, we do a lot of focus and emphasis as a group on education. So I say education, judiciary, and just honesty, right? Good, honest people. I think those are the 3 things. Very tough question, though. Thank you so much, Navneet.
Sorry, sometimes it's fun to ask questions without preparation. Imran, I'm very grateful. I know you're busy. I don't know how you handle both businesses in industry and service around the world and manage a multi-billion-dollar empire. Our best wishes to you and continued good luck. I know you have to run to the airport, so I'll leave you alone, and we'll let Shankar and Ash handle the rest of the questions. Thank you, but you have to come back.
Thank you again. Take care. Cheers.
All right, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm going to ask the similar question, but not about India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. I don't know much about that. But being a banker, he understands the financial industry. Now, what do you think of the future? They expect inflation to go in a double digit. What's going to happen to the rates? What's going to be the economy? What do you see for the next 12, 18 months?
Well, I think if you see what the financial markets have done over the last 2 weeks, uncertainty still remains. If you heard what happened with the Omicron virus and the stock market went down, if you see all this $2 to $3.5, $4 trillion of cash that's been put into our economy, there is going to be inflation for sure. Interest rates will rise next year. I spent 4 hours with the local Orange County economist on Friday, just trying to understand this. So GDP is still going to go up next year. Federal Reserve has a dual mandate, full employment and inflation. So if you contain inflation at 2% and full unemployment, then rates will go up. So the system will have to take money out. So rates will go up next year. I think the country is going to have a great GDP, will continue. All of this year you'll have 4%. Next year it's going to be 5%. So the first 2 quarters was 6% GDP, which means the economy will continue to remain strong. Now with the new $1 trillion infrastructure bill that's getting passed, they'll add more money for what the cash will be taken out because of the interest rate that we are raising, because we put $6 trillion of cash due to the pandemic. So my prediction is rates will go up, unemployment will go down, the economy will remain steady, but the uncertainty will also be there because now you have Delta, now you have Omicron, God knows what the next variation is going to be. So we're going to have to learn to live like 9/11, change air travel permanently, and COVID will change the way we do gatherings. So you'll have always living with a uncertainty of the new viral mutations. So I think the country is in great fundamental shape, but uncertainty will remain because of the COVID.
So I'm going to ask an oddball question. What do you think of crypto?
I think cryptocurrency in itself is an interesting play, but I would answer that question. The blockchain technology it's something here to stay. Cryptocurrency is decentralized, so I'm a big fan of it, that it's democratizing, I'll call it money. So I think cryptocurrency, I just heard the other day, has $1 trillion in circulation. So you can tell that it's not here and gone tomorrow. Cryptocurrency is going to be here. To combat that, we have stablecoin coming out, right? Backed by the US dollar. Cryptocurrency is not backed by anything. And it's just a distributed ledger founded on blockchain technology. So government has to regulate it. The problem with that is the government does not and cannot regulate it, which is why crypto was invented. Because they don't want any one particular government. So crypto is basically a global currency, right? That's what they wanted. So I do think that it's not a threat. I think it's something you adopt, but you do want to put a fence around it because it's unchecked at the moment. When you have malware today, that's what they pay. You pay in cryptocurrency. So it's here to stay, but to regulate it and to put a fence around how the bad guys cannot get into it, and KYC and KYCC. So I think I love the technology. The implications of cryptocurrency is yet to be determined because you cannot identify where the money ends up at. So it's inherently conflicted because you want to protect the privacy, and at the same time, that is why it exists, because you don't want to know the person who's it going to.
Okay, the last one. What do you think of the stock market? Where is it going to go? Just guess. It's all we help.
Well, it's the hardest thing to do because if I knew, I'd be a very, very rich man, like Warren Buffett says. You cannot tame the stock market. I would say that the stock market trades on mostly in emotions and fundamentals. I think the fundamentals are very, very strong. But you can see how it reacts to emotions when COVID comes up. So I still think when this thing happened, it was 26,000. Stock market today is 36,000. And very soon it'll be at 40. So I do think it's a nice steady grind. I don't think there'll be a crash. That's just my one man's opinion, not the bank's opinion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ash. Before I close, Ash has been a great friend. I met him in '97 for a loan.
ISSI.
And we became good friends. And he started Premier Commercial Bank. I was one of the first investors in his bank. That was my first non-IT investment, a bank which I didn't know anything about, but I said, it's Ash is starting, I had to invest, and that's it. I invested for the person, and we still remain friends, and so which means he made some money for me. And then he went on with a different, Pardon me?
Did he get the loan? Did you get a loan?
Oh yeah, I got multiple loans. The relationship, that's what he talked about, right? Relationship. It started '97 when he was in Orange County Bank of Orange County, whatever, something. And we still continue to be friends. We invest together. I still take loans from him. My son takes loans from him. So relationship is very important. When PPP came up, loan came up for one of my companies, the first. I mean, there's so much paperwork, so many things going on, but it was easy for us because we had a relationship. The records are already there. They knew who we are. So the relationship with a commercial bank, a small bank, is always very good because it'll help you when you don't know when you need the help. Big banks will give you loans, but small bank, you have a personal relationship. I mean, worst case, I know their staff is very good. They're already good. But if I want, I can always go to the CEO. So that's a thing he kind of offers. And he's a different kind of banker. He's not a regular banker. He thinks like an entrepreneur. Because he started a bank too. So he's an entrepreneur banker, which you comply with everything, but then he also thinks like it and he'll give you ideas. So he's one of the great persons I've met. We still remain friends, 24 years complete, 25th going. And very thankful for being here. This is an odd setting. I was not even supposed to be sitting here. It's weird.
And I'll give Nonita a hard
And he
time.
said, Ash said, I'll do it for you. And I said, I'll do it for him. So that's why we're good, very close friends. Yeah.
What do you see in the next near future impact of cryptocurrency on
Yeah, most bankers get worried about that because, and if we've done a study in our own bank, so when they did Coinbase and see how much money is moving out of our bank, it started at 1%, like $10,000. We're a $2 billion bank. And I asked Joseph, our director of operations, to see all the wires that are going into, say, Coinbase, which is the exchange. And we said it's not a threat, right? So it started with $10,000 a month. It is now up to $200,000 a month to $300,000 a month. That means $2 to $3 million of money moving out of our bank, going to Coinbase, which is the exchange for where the cryptocurrency goes. So I think our future is that cryptocurrency is here to stay. The banks will have to adjust or offer a solution similar to that. Because if you don't, you'll get intermediation, money will go out of the banking system, which is what the threat is right now. No, I don't think the banks will be obsolete. It's too big, but the banks will have to adopt cryptocurrency or a version of cryptocurrency, which they're doing right now, which are called stablecoins. So they'll come up with a competing currency, which will have similar features as they do now with cryptocurrency, giving the same benefit, but under the regulations of Federal Reserve or SEC or some new agency. That I would assume they'll have a new crypto agency that'll then govern, manage, and monitor the risk. Because otherwise, cryptocurrency will become a systemic risk, that I can assure you. It will be a systemic risk that could hurt the entire globe, like the housing crisis did at one time, the house of cards. Very likely, if not checked, it'll, just think about it, it's already $1 trillion market today. So, yes.
Hey Ash, this is Raghu. Shankar, thanks for bringing Ash. Great insights. And I think you hit the nail on the head, right, about crypto is going to at some point become mainstream, right? So, and we've been hearing about this undercurrent of regulation. Feds are warming up to it. SEC is talking about it. But I think it needs to be an international collaborative effort, right? Because there's crypto floating in definitely organized economies like US, in Western Europe and other parts of Asia. But I think the beast lies in China, Russia, etc., which are behemoths in themselves. But how do you see this regulatory framework playing out? How soon? And like you just said, there's, trillion plus, assets worldwide, locked into it. But, how do you see it? It'll be great to know your insights.
Yeah, look at China. So we're democratic, China is not, right? So China went ahead and said they're going to ban cryptocurrency, general cryptocurrency. The reason they did that is they want their own, right? That's why China did that. So US has not done that yet and will not do that. But the competing regulatory framework will have to happen. Just like, I'll give you an example. Why was FDIC formed? Because in 1939, Pierpont Morgan bailed the United States out, the State Bank of New York. That's how the bank failed. The banks were governments didn't have the full faith and trust of the bank. FDIC got formed. I think cryptocurrency will go to the exact same, there'll be a systemic risk, and then we'll form regulation. Now, right now, Federal Reserve Bank has a task force, the cybersecurity task force. They now have a cryptocurrency task force that is to address regulations. Because I'll tell you, there's a bank called Avanti Bank, which is based purely on crypto. I don't know if you know Caitlin Long. Caitlin Long is the first bank in Wyoming that has been chartered, not yet granted, state license offered to utilize cryptocurrency.
Absolutely. They're one of the first to do full end-to-end digital. But great reference point of FDIC, and that is brilliant. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to ask Ash the same question that Navneet asked Imran, that Shankar, you didn't want to ask. So if you had three magic things to, India's 1/5 GDP of China, let's forget the US, just China. What would three things would you do, to get India to catch up to China, at least to begin with?
Yeah, I think India has a great amount of intellectual intelligence. So I would say that if you were to promote capitalism in India, Imran's right about the political stability that we need to have, because India has tremendous potential. So second or third largest economy in the world, China, United States, and India. For the largest democracy on the planet, right? So they have tremendous horsepower and intellect. How do you leverage that into capitalism? So my three wishes will be create a financial system that's, in my mind, democratically controlled, which is capitalism, have a political stability, and the last in list would be the education, the brain drain that India has. Because anybody that graduates from India wants to get out of India. That's the worst part. Why can't they stay there, right? If that intellect stays there, if there's a way to promote capitalism, then I think that'll change the dynamics of how India comes up in the world stage.
Yeah, hi Ash, Sam here. So there are many, large banks which get bailed out during financial crisis because they are too big to fail. And then you started your own bank competing with all these banks and you don't get all those privileges. Why did you started the bank? How do you compete with them and so forth?
That's a good question because, we're here called the TiE Indus entrepreneur. Being a businessman, it's in our DNA. I'm from Gujarat, right? So we start our businesses, we are entrepreneurially driven from a DNA perspective. I've always wanted to start a bank because I felt, how do you make money? So, most Indians are gravitated towards making money. So I happen to be an entrepreneur, a businessman that happens to be in banking. I'm not a banker. I don't look like one, I don't talk like one, I don't want to be one. I started banking because at the time, even now, this group here itself, our Indian diaspora, does not have a constituency other than State Bank of India that says this is an Indian bank. I've always wanted our community to have something they can go and relate to. That was one of the reasons I started it. Second is that I would love to have an Indian individual that can say, I can relate to this bank. That's why I started it. And third, it was just a challenge because no one has done it before. So I was born in Africa, $40, to start a bank from a bank teller, to dream so big that I can actually start a bank someday. At the time, it was impossible to even think of. But guys like Shankar and them, I raised $7 million. I did it in 9/11 when the towers went down. I was opening my bank when the towers went down in 2001. So I opened the bank November 27, 2001, right after 9/11, 2001. Raising money then.
The prospectus came on that Thursday.
Yes, right.
It happened on Tuesday, and Thursday we call it, says, Hash, can we raise some money,
Yeah. The first day we could collect the money was Monday, 9/10/2001. The prospectus was sent out on Thursday with the first phone call going on Monday to say, can I get your money to start my bank? And Tuesday, the towers came down. So guys like Shankar, Steve Perryman, all of them, we all froze. Champika sitting back there, her boss Molly and I were on a Costco table in Anaheim, not knowing what to do. We go to work and said, sure, what are we going to do? We see the TV and the towers are down, the market shut down. In spite of all of that, like I said about passion, never give up. We never gave up. We were supposed to raise $15 million in capital. We raised 7, and November 27th, we opened the doors of the bank. So I never gave up on my dream that I want to start a bank. I've come too far. I told the directors, if I don't open this bank, I'm going back to Africa. I have nothing left. Everything I have and own is in this bank. That's what, 20 years ago now. So that was the reason why I opened the bank.
Hi, Ash. Two quick things. One, in terms of, just an observation on the cryptocurrency. So the regulation is already here. It's not like it's coming down the pike. It is here, whether it's FDIC or the SEC or the commodities. In terms of crypto and using it as a payment process, so we're not talking Bitcoin. I mean, let's leave that out there. But the other coins and businesses using either blockchain or crypto as payments. So Walmart and all right now use a blockchain and have all their vendors and suppliers of spinach and lettuce use blockchain so they can track, point of source to point of store. So they don't touch fiat, right? So in terms of using crypto as a payment where businesses will be asked to buy or sell, to accept payments in crypto, do you think that's going to happen? So will Walmart also add, you can pay us or we will pay you in cryptocurrency or other businesses? Do you see that happening and how?
I think that is happening now. If you look at Square, which is now called Block, right? And you look at PayPal, they are already accepting merchant payments in cryptocurrency. Square was the first company and PayPal, both of them already broke the barrier of making a cryptocurrency an acceptable fiat, although it's not sanctioned and authorized by, say, FRB. But, commerce happens with a buy-sell, right? That's how currency got invented. We used to barter before. Right. A bowl of rice for a bowl of sugar. We used to buy a bowl of barley for a bowl of, say, spices. Saffron was one of the biggest currencies. In the olden days, saffron was gold. Correct. Gold is another basket. It's not a currency. It started with trading gold. So I think cryptocurrency will be accepted, but the issue is that will it become mainstream over a period of time? There's so much uncertainty and instability on understanding the value behind it, right? So when you look at Bitcoin, that started at, say, 50 cents, and at 60,000 today. Right. It's an unlimited number. So that's where as soon as the valuation method and the stability is, I would say, foundationally understood, that will become a form of payment, just like the US dollar or like the US sterling pound or Japanese yen or Chinese yuan. It'll go down that path of saying, when does crypto become mainstream? Now, legally, because it's already mainstream now based on blockchain. Correct. There's 70 different currencies that are tied to the blockchain. You got Dogecoin, Bitcoin. Right. There's 70 of those around that are not known, but Bitcoin seems to be the earliest one. So my prediction is it'll have to be mainstream. It's a matter of time before they accept it. Now, there's a lot of barriers of entry to getting it to be fully acceptable. And what happens when it doesn't work, right? That's the whole thing. What's the backstop? That when the governments have to intervene, when it becomes a systemic risk, can the government understand and bail people out? The housing crisis taught you that. Right. The bubble taught you that. Right. That sometimes it is too big to repair, that only governments can intervene. The current pandemic crisis, without government intervention, we would not survive. It is so big that you have to have government pump trillions of dollars to get us out of the mess we got ourselves. Same thing with the housing crisis, right? We had to put 700 billion that the FRB gave the banks. Take the money, take the money, take the money, but don't shut the doors. So cryptocurrency could easily be that way. It could very easily become a systemic issue where only a government can bail them out. No private individuals can. That is the problem why it's not mainly in mainstream accepted yet.
I'll ask you one quick question. So if the US government came out with a stable coin, say the digital version, right, the digital version of the dollar, will it end up being used just like we use paper currency, but in lieu, but digitally, or do you see other uses? And there's a whole issue of the unbanked being able to use crypto, which apparently now 60% of the people who buy crypto are unbanked, which is incredibly scary. So if the federal government came out with a digital coin, will it just be the same like wire transfers, or do you see it spreading and being even bigger?
Well, let me answer the question differently. The cryptocurrency is more to protect digital assets, right? So it is an asset class. The currency happens to be one of the asset class it can, but it could be real estate contracts. They're now called smart contracts. It's another digital asset. So the blockchain technology's effective use is one well-known use is the currency.
Correct.
Right. So in my mind, that the technology has multiple applications. The stable coin today, if you look at it, is 100 cents on a dollar, right? Every stable coin is backed by dollars. None of the Bitcoins have a currency that it is tied to. So as soon as we determine that can we take out the friction that a regular wire or a friction that a regular currency transfer has, because the distributed ledger is what the benefit of it is, it takes out friction. Nanoseconds, the money is transferred from, say, Japan to India. Correct. Within a second. Today, you cannot do that. So real-time transfer, RTP, they call it real-time payment. If the real-time payment rails become efficient, then it'll be exactly, the cryptocurrency can move on those rails. That is the beautiful part. No nation, no boundaries, that's what crypto does. But right now, you have multiple regulations upon countries, right? Jurisdictions happen. So you have to carry over, cross-border payments is harder to do. Cryptocurrency doesn't have that. So if real-time payments, global cross-border payments become acceptable, then it'll go down exactly like a version of cryptocurrency backed by the US dollar.
Right.
100 cents to a dollar. Right. So that's the technology evolution it has to go through to be able to go to Starbucks and buy a coffee with a stable coin.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ash. We can keep talking more about it probably if he can. He's going to be here for the next 30, 40 minutes. We can talk to him. We need to move on. We have other panels. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ash.
This is for you, Shankar.
For me?
Yeah. We'll take a group picture, please.
Okay.
Shankar, did you talk to him about the startup steroid and what we are trying to do?
I talked to him. He knows, yeah.
You want to just invite your panel?
Yeah, just for three. Before we go to the next panel, I would like to invite Ravi to the podium.
Yeah, we need the chair.
Please, Shankar, can you join me? Excellent, thank you. Hey, thank you, everybody. I'll just take 2 minutes here. Thank you for the time. I'm a charter member. I have been for the past decade. Vijay roped me in. Neeraj kept me encouraged. Smita also motivated me. I'm also the CEO of Traction Labs. You have seen my little booth across the hallway there. Our focus is on helping early stage technologies find scale. We are passionate about that. I love the word passion, and we are passionate about enabling scale. We love the idea of enabling growth, and we also like this idea of recognizing forces that enable growth. In parallel, over the past few years, you've known that I have been the speaker chair, and I've had this front row view to something amazing that happened over the past 2 years. And so on behalf of Traction Labs, we are proud to give this award called the Catalyst of the Year Award. A catalyst is one who brings the energy to growth, is open to input, is focused on growth, is willing to put himself or herself out there, and the humility to learn all the time. The numbers, you heard the numbers, right? 3 times the growth, 2 in charter members, 2 times in membership, 4 times in the number of events. If you think about those parameters, right, as a company, as a startup, that's what Traction is all about, right? And my friend Anshuman Saab, who's better than a catalyst for 2000
2021 Catalyst of the Year, Traction Labs Catalyst of the Year Award. It's a little star that we give. He's the fifth that has received it, right? Anshuman Saab, we're always learning from you, man. So that's yours. Thank you so much. Come on, guys. Yeah, please.
He is the catalyst.
Yeah, but it is not a similar effort.
I'm inheriting.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Okay, there's a little cover for it. Yeah, thank you.
Let me invite the next panelist.
Just a second, I have an announcement.
Thank you so much, Ravi. Thank you so much, Ravi, for this. Truly appreciate it, that you thought about it and you found me worthy enough to have this award. I'll keep it with me on my desk, which will be a reminder that, how I should keep working for the rest of my life. So with that, since he gave me a catalyst, I would like to introduce you with Rocco. She is our charter member number 157. Rocco, come here, please. Talk. Introduce yourself.
My thing.
Yeah. Just introduce yourself, who you are, what do you do?
Hi, I'm K. Rocco Shields, but everyone calls me Rocco. I have developed a streaming platform that is for the higher education space. It's like Shutterstock meets Netflix. And I am incredibly passionate about using media to change the world, enlighten minds, and tell bigger stories than that we could just tell via our voice. So would love to talk to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let me invite the next panelist, Vijay Kotrapa, Ramesh Patel, Ajay Prasad, and where's Venkat? Is he gone?
Venkat is here.
No, Venkat is here.
Yeah.
Venkat. Okay, these are our TiE SoCal angels. And almost all of them, yeah, they're all serial entrepreneurs, serious investors, and they've been here in SoCal, partners in both, or members of both Fund 2020 and 2021. And when we pitch companies, when we screen them, when we do deep dives and due diligence, these people are always there. There are other people there too, but these are sort of senior-most people, experienced. So I thought we'll put a panel which is local, our people, our community, and how we make decisions, and some of the questions we ask, we get answered, and how we make our decision. And I'm going to make it two-part. One is I'll ask some simple questions, because this is something similar to the panel they had in the morning, the women's panel. So I don't want to repeat the same thing. I will ask different set of questions, and then we'll open up to Q&A, because it's more to answer your questions, not my questions, because I know the answers. So your questions, I'll open it up. If you don't have questions, I'll ask more questions. Okay. So I'm not going to ask the same thing, what you look for in a company and all that. I'm going to start off by saying, let's start with Venkat. What do you look for in a CEO or a founder?
So, firstly, thanks for calling us and asking these questions. And so when I look at a CEO, I guess, firstly, I'm looking at the team. So it's not just one individual. It is what's that core team looking like, and not just the one CEO guy. And the second thing is there an understanding between those guys? Because very often we hear, we two or we three have been best friends, and, as they say in Hindi, langoti yaar, which is we were childhood friends and all that, and we never disagree with each other, and so there's no CEO amongst us. That won't work for me. I would like to know who is first amongst equals, who is the one who's taking the calls there. That's number one. The second thing I would look for is definitely, can they think on their feet and deal with, problems that come up, which will be most definitely nothing like what they've shared in that PowerPoint of theirs. So how amenable are they to be able to, sort of change their plans and deal with that? Basically admitting that they screwed up and they got it wrong, and are they willing to change? In investment world, they have this beautiful euphemistic word called pivot. Are they willing to pivot their business? Actually, pivot is basically admitting that I screwed up and I didn't get anything right, and I've now started to rethink everything. So are they willing to do that, or are they very stuck in their ideas? Because most often it becomes like the idea becomes their child, and they will not brook any suggestions either from you or from the marketplace to make any changes. So I would say that's what they look for.
Vijay, would you agree with it? Or I'm talking about not the team as let's say the CEO, the founder, co-founder. What do you look for in them? What character?
I think in our calls, one thing that Venkat keeps bringing up, I'm just going to say one more point for Venkat. He calls us jugaad. Basically, the ability to, for one, to keep at it or find a way to get it done. So many times things change, like Venkat said, they pivot. But the persistence and finding a way to make it work. So whether it's finding another co-founder, whether it's finding additional monies, or having to do something to make it work, and that often comes with passion. So again, passion, at the same time willing to admit they're wrong or pivot. You need that combination, and that comes from, you'll find that in the previous life they might have had or previous businesses that have run, you'll find that as a trend. So if someone is really persistent, hard-headed, you'll see that too. So you want someone who's coachable, someone who is willing to make changes, at the same time be persistent in what their belief and their vision of the company is.
Yeah, as you can see, our favorite word is pivot. We use the word pivot all the time. That's Venkat coined that word pivot. The other thing I would add to that is a capacity or the capacity to attract the right people, the right team, because he's the one that's going to build the team. If the members don't believe in him, how can the customers believe in them? So building a team also, I would add to that.
I just want to add one more thing. I think he has to be a walking, talking sales guy for his plan, okay? That's most critical, because he has to be able to sell that idea to his investors, to his employees, to his customers, to his whoever are the stakeholders. He should be able to sort of sell that idea to everybody. You don't want a total computer nerd who is great at programming and all that to become a CEO. I mean, he can be CTO. You can give him more money, more shares than the CEO. But the CEO better be a walking, talking sales guy.
Okay. I'm going to switch now, Ramesh. I'll ask you a question. You can answer this one too. What kind of, as angel investors, what kind of time horizon do you have? What do you think is the normal time horizon? And you can also answer this one. Yeah.
I think earlier one of the panelists said, I'm getting older, therefore the time horizon is shorter. I think the time horizon has a relative value depending on the type of platform we are going in. If it is a seed level investment, then we are definitely looking at 3 to 5 year time frame. Beyond that, again, our investment focus is angel investing. We are not a Series B or a C. So at that point, the larger money comes in, the larger platform comes in. So our hope is 3 to 5 years is what we want to look at. Talking about the founders, I think the passion has to be there. What Venkat said, not only eat, live, and breathe, but they got to be totally engaged to a point where this is their life. That's what they eat and breathe and do. Otherwise, why should we stake money and real value on those kind of challenges?
And Ajay, what do you say about the timeline? What kind of time horizon are you looking at? You're investing money now. When do you think what kind of timeline would you be comfortable with?
So I totally agree with 3 to 5 years, although I am okay with 7 years also, if there is a real scope. Generally when you're talking 3 to 5 years, that means at the series level, you will exit. The angels will exit, but, there could be some really good one where I'm okay with, staying around. So that's what I look for. And then one thing I would add about the CEO, I like to see how motivated their team is. So it comes from the CEO. If the CEO is able to motivate the team, you know that now you have a winner, because I worked with CEO and I've been technically a CEO, of a small company for a long time, and you cannot do anything on your own. So the team member becomes very important, and I really look for that also.
So same question for you. What kind of return do you expect in the timeline?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So I think for every investment we look at, we're looking at least a 5x or 10x return, knowing fully well that not every one of them is going to make it. Well, the hope is that all of them do. Otherwise, we wouldn't invest in a company that doesn't have that potential. But just the historical stats indicate that probably 6 or 7 out of the 10 companies are going to not make those kind of returns. So I think when we're going in at investing, we're looking at probably a 6 to 10x kind of return, or even higher.
But I would say that, having said that, though, we have invested in some companies with a 2x return, which looks very high probability in the next year or so. And we have done that, right, on some companies.
Yeah, it's a time. Yeah, how long in your timeline?
Right. It all depends on the project by project basis that we see. But if this is a very short exit, we are happy with 2x in 1 year.
That's the beauty of this organization. We do have the chemistry here. The experience is that really the horizon is very broad, and then not only us, but we have a selection committee that also look at and join us in doing our due diligence and coming up with and we have very rigidized voting systems in terms of what we select and how we select. There are criterias which we vote on, and therefore the beauty of this equation is that you have this 360-degree view. My expertise may be electronics and power systems and something else, and this guy has a completely different variety of experience that he brings to the board. So that's the beauty of how we manage to crystallize on what we're going to invest in and how.
So Shankar, when you say what kind of return should we expect, so here is the thing. Forget about the 10x and 5x in 4 years, etc. that we all want to. Of course, that's our whole goal, that's our aim, and we pitch for that. And if it happens, it's something that's happened at the end of it. But I think pretty much 18 months from the time you invest, the writing will be clear on the wall. Is this happening or not happening? So let's not get carried away by, in 4 years' time, it should be 5x or 10x. I mean, it's great, but doesn't mean that for 3 years we sit around and watch. My point is, what are the quarterly milestones that have been kept for the next 6 quarters? And I want to know that at least half those milestones have been met. The reason I say that is, I have not yet come across any situation where a guy has met all those milestones. It's not happened. And I have not seen a single deal where they do not come back and say, oh, this is a great idea. In about 5 years' time, we expect to be at 10% of Amazon or 10% of Microsoft or some such thing. Everybody thinks big. Of course, you want to assure yourself the total addressable market is big, but most importantly, quarter after quarter, are you hitting those numbers? Because only then you will raise that next round, only then we actually get some valuation bump in what we have invested in.
Okay, we're going to switch now. On market size, how important is market size? Second question on the same thing. Let's assume a company comes in, pitches and says, all I want is 5% share of the market size. The market is $1 billion or $10 billion, I want 5%, and I think you guys should invest in my company. Would you invest? Because 5% will make him profitable. Would you invest? And how important is market size to you guys? Start with Venkat.
So if I came across a situation like what Ajay is saying, that by next year we can get 2x, then I don't care about the market size. Then we would look at it and actually exit in 2x. Okay, I mean, it's not an easy find, but if you find something like that, that's fine. But otherwise, it is reasonable to assume that every founder, despite his best intent and desire, is likely to run through another 4 years of struggle and all that. So I want to make sure and assure ourselves that the total addressable market is big. If it is big, then the opportunity to get a 5% share and get great valuation there is likely to be significant, number one. The second point is, not only should it be big, it should also be growing. When I say growing, it should at least be in double digits, some 10, 12, 15% year-on-year growth. If it is something where it's a 2% year-on-year growth and you already have large players, I think it'll be a tougher kind of battle.
The other aspect of market size is, ambition is important, right? If you are so stoic and saying, well, here is where it is, and I want to try to get 10% of that, and that's about it, I'm not sure that they're going to get there, because the commitment to hustle and to do things that is required out of the startup culture may not be there when you are already defining your boundary condition to a point where it limits you. So we do definitely want to look at it from that perspective.
I'll add one thing is, of course, like Venkat said, total addressable market has to be substantial. But beyond that, if anyone here watches Shark Tank will know that the moment someone says, oh, it's $1 billion market, I just need 1% to get that, they are out, right? So, and I think that that's the right approach that they do. So I like to see where they are and where they think they will go and what's the plan. So it could be that they are very happy with just taking 5% out of the market, but I want to see if they are doing 1 million a year in sales, how do they get to whatever, it's 50 million, so that they can exit, and what's the plan? So that is the clarity I need. Again, it is a big turnoff for me also. Maybe it's a Shark Tank influence that when someone says, huge market, I just need 1% and I will do so well. That tells me that is a lazy answer. This person has not done the homework.
I think for me, I would rather have them say it's $1 billion market, but here's the 100 million and I'm going to get to 70% of that. That means they've thought through it and there's a plan to get to that point. And for us as angel investors, if we can get to the 100 million revenue, we don't need to shoot for the billion. That's good enough for us.
Yeah. On this note, one of the VCs was, a company asked him, it seems, I'm planning on getting 5% of the market, and why are you not investing? It's a fantastic opportunity. It's a big $1 billion market. And the VC came back and responded, you're not the only one who said that you'll get the 5%. I have 500 companies saying the same thing. It's only 100%. How can you get that much? I have to invest only in companies that will make it, not just 5% of the market. That's what the VC said. Anyway, the next thing is probably, this is something generic. Customer acquisition, marketing strategy is important. Customer acquisition strategy, marketing strategy is important. Go to market, as you call it. So what would you, probably each one of you, so that companies here would know, what should they focus on? How should they go about? What are the important points in customer acquisition marketing strategy? Same thing, one at a time, you can probably say that.
Maybe I should have sat on the other side of the table. No,
not prepared.
but, no, I'm joking. I'm pulling a leg. Honestly, as I said earlier, every CEO, founder should be a walking, talking sales guy. And, when I talk about the quarterly milestones, there better be some big sales that happen in every quarter. If that's not happening and you're saying the next 2 years you're just building various things, then I'm investing at the wrong stage of the business development, so to speak, or the business cycle. I want to know when the CEO comes in that quarter after quarter, he's showing some growth, he's showing some revenue. I don't care what the base is. The base may have been 100K in the first quarter, maybe 200K in the second, maybe 500K in the third, but you have to be able to see those, which is why I say those first 6 quarters is far more important than somebody telling me that in 5 years' time he'll make $1 billion. It may happen to be $1 billion by happenstance, but those building blocks must be tracked carefully.
And we look for a definition of those building blocks. How? All the W questions. How are you going to get there? Who is going to be your team? How, So when you really think about throwing numbers on a business plan or on a pitch is one thing, but when we do go through the due diligence, we are asking those tough questions and the building blocks that they're going to, and market acquisition become the biggest thing, right? You got three things, right? You have the finance side of it, you got the marketing side of it, and you got your team side. The marketing side becomes pivotal in making our decisions because we want to see what kind of due diligence, what kind of the milestone that are on a periodic basis that they have established and how far have they gone?
So by the way, I have the marketing background. I did a corporate marketing before I started my own business. And I have been humble enough time to know that you can have a marketing plan and you can just fall flat on your face, right? But having said that, what I look for, so it's not like if they have a marketing plan, I know that this is a magic and everything is taken care of. I just look for the clarity of thought. What are they thinking, what's the thinking process, why they think that they should be doing that. And so long there's a clarity of thought, like Venkat always talks about, people can pivot. If it doesn't work, then you try then they will try something else. But not the people who are not very clear about why they are doing X, Y, Z. Because very often in marketing, all you need is tweaking. It may look like a complete failure, but all it needs is just making a small adjustment to do that. So you need both, but the clarity of the thought in the whole planning is very important.
I think for marketing, one of the key things that obviously everyone's going to do is really knowing the customer, and I think Mr. Shah talked about it this morning, is using your customers to be your marketing channel. So once you have 2 customers, 5 customers, really find out what made them tick, why you sold it. Obviously, you're selling it, but spend the time with customers to find what value they're seeing and why they're paying for your product and services. Because you will discover that it's not just that one reason they bought the product. There might be 3 other reasons why they chose you over someone else. And those are things that you haven't even thought of. And once you get to know that, those 3 customers become your champions, and that will reduce your overall cost of customers acquisition. So to just throw millions of dollars on Google Ads and hope that it works is not a strategy. It's targeted marketing, finding out whom it works for, why it works, and then expanding from that. And that is especially relevant for places that need a high-touch sale. And then you're hoping for a scale of sale where now you've figured out where it really works, and then you can go for low-cost customer acquisition costs.
I just want to add one more thing. When we say that sales is most important, the guy has to be a walking, talking sales guy. I'm not saying basically that this particular founder CEO must be a, big talker or a bullshitter, etc. What one is talking about is it's a combination of your total product, your total benefit, your total delivery, and everything else has to be in place. And because really you can get the first anchor customer based on what passion you bring to the table and what interest and what benefit you're promising. But your second, third, fourth, and fifth customers, and I can tell you from my own experience in my previous startups, they don't all come because you've done a great job in talking to them. They come because in addition to your talking about it, your existing customer is saying nice things about you. Your existing workforce is doing their best to be able to deliver an error-free kind of a product or a service or whatever else. And whoever he meets is showing that passion and that involvement in making this happen. So that can only happen if you have these various things put together and making things happen. Actually, in many ways, I totally relate to what Paresh was talking about of, that whole thing of a larger culture, a larger, conscience on what kind of a business, one has to build or develop.
Yeah, and same thing Paresh was saying this morning. Listen to your customers, listen to your employees, listen, and definitely use your heart. I've done that for so many years. I'm still close to my customers and employees. Very, very, very important part of business. It is not always go get it, I'm going to kill the competition, I'm going to do this. Listen to the customers, listen to the employees. Vijay, do you think in a software application company, SaaS company, not a product company, medical device, is IP an important, do you consider IP an important part before you invest?
I mean, we obviously look at IP and see if it's there, but the fact is that, especially in software companies, it's very hard to have IP, and it's very hard to defend it. I mean, even if you can get a patent is only as good as if you can actually defend it. So it really comes down to IP as not being extremely credible. If you have something, say in like a video compression or something, you have an algorithm, potentially there's value into that. But typically in SaaS company, it's more of a certain way of doing things that you've figured out a need and you've developed it. So you have a few months advantage, maybe a year head start. I think that's a value. So the IP itself, I don't think there's a whole lot of value to that.
Ramesh, what do you see, what are the risks you look at investing in a company? Like IP is a risk. What other risks do you look out for?
I think it's that 360-degree view. I would say the team, the passion of the founder or whoever is there, the product itself. What kind of thought process have they put in? What kind of validation have they done? So you look at the whole compounded picture, I think, and one of the, again, I go back to the idea that our due diligence process kind of allow us to dig into every little aspect of it from different expertise that we all bring to the party. And just looking at that holistic view of what is it that is there and what are the chances, and of course it's still a risk element. No matter what we do, it's a risk money that we are investing. But ultimately, that's what the angel investing is all about. We are an angel, and we do have a bit of an angelic feeling about it, and we go for it.
Towards it, this is our last one. Probably each one of you in 15 to 30 seconds, just give some advice to companies that want to pitch in general. What you should look for? Is the pitch important, product important, marketing important? What is important? People, team, all that. Just in 30 seconds, the things that you look for.
For me, it's the product market fit that's most critical. Obviously, we have to believe what the founders believe in seeing that there's a viable product for a viable market that's sufficiently differentiated. I'd like to see that someone can't come in 3 months from now with say several $1 million and repeat what you have. That's the key thing I'm looking for.
First, I always look at the business model. I want to, unless I understand the business model in terms of what's the product, who is the customer, what kind of benefit the customers are going to have, right, and how the company makes money. If I don't understand that, then I just totally back off. So when you come to pitch, you have to make sure that part is very clear. And then after that, we already talked about all these other factors. So first thing first is the business models has to be very straightforward so that we know in a split second, like what's your business, how you are going to be making money. And then we will talk about all the other factors. At least that's my starting point. If you have missed me on the business model, everything else becomes irrelevant.
Well, depending on the platform, whether is it a SaaS or is it a hardware, is it fintech, edtech, it doesn't really matter necessarily, though we do have some areas where we tend to gyrate in terms of investment, partly because it does offer a better understanding of not only the marketing, but the team and everything else that the people bring to us. Overall, I look for the team, the passion. Have they thought through all the fundamentals, all the W questions? what does the vision look like? And the majority of the people and all of that, I think, is very important to us. At the same time, have they, so often there are passionate founders who are kind of go alone kind of guys and talk about variety of things, but we also want to look at it and see, have they really looked at the blind spots that they are going to have as soon as they go beyond that first or second step? So, it's a very holistic approach for me.
So the way I look at it is, what is the problem or the pain point that these guys are trying to solve? Is that a real problem or a pain point that we understand and we agree? Number one. Number two, do they have a solution that seems credible, that seems doable? And number three, can they show a proof point of some little thing that they're doing it? If they can't explain this in 5 minutes to me, they don't have a plan. That's how I look at it, as in, it should be able to tell me what is the pain point that they're solving. That's about it. And that's how I would look at it.
Okay, so you heard from the investors. From the companies, all I want to say is, you have every right to ask questions of the investors. What is the value they're going to bring to your company? What is it they can do for you? So smart investment, are they smart investors? Are they going to be not dumb, but are they going to be investors? Oh, here's the money, I just multiply it for me. So you have every right to ask the investors the questions, because you want good synergy, good working with investors, because the first money you raise is always very expensive. But you need good investors to take you to the next level. And that's what TiE offers. TiE is the network. Now we work with all the TiE groups. TiE offers you get not only this, you got all these smart people. Like one of a fintech company, Ash Patel, we put him on the board. Every one of them here is an advisor to one of the companies, all of us including. So we add more value, not just money. We offer network. You want to open a company in India, we have attorneys that can do that for you. We have networks. We give our time free of cost. We don't charge. Yeah, sometimes we'll ask for advisory shares. We do give our time free of cost. That's what TiE is all about. Thank you all the panelists. Any questions for you guys, for the questions, Q&A?
Thank you, Shankar, to ask me to come drive from San Diego. Appreciate. So it's really worth it to see this many advice for startups. And I'm a CEO of a startup in San Diego. The problem we are trying to solve is about heart failure, which the people I talk at lunchtime, they had at least one person in their family members or in their friends. So the question is that if the solution doable and if the customer also agree. So we start to talk with the customer, which are cardiologists. From the day that we had our MVP, we started to give it to them. They started use it. I was very amazed when I listened to customer saying, you saved my life. So anyway, so if we want to have this market research and market fit in a bigger scale, for sure require money. So what's the trade-off of this? How long? Actually, we are ready to listen and pivot from the point of view if we feel the pivot is necessary. But the point here is that how much energy and budget the investor allow us to continue putting to the market research and market fit. Thank you.
Market research. Value of a market research.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry. So exactly you are asking how you do the market research for your product?
So how much of the money that investor putting, he is okay to put for continuation of market fit? Thank you.
So if I may step in here. So if you're looking for an investor to do research for you, that's not going to happen. I mean, so as in how much money, what to do, where to do, etc. What you could do is you could say that, listen, I have this great idea, I have this great addressable market, and I'm going to raise 5 million, out of which I would like to put 1 million into research into this particular area, or whatever it is, the numbers could be different. That is workable. In which case, you would go to investors who have invested in your area in the past. There is a reason why some funds are life sciences. There is a reason why some funds are into analytics, some funds are into SaaS businesses. You just have to find those kinds of folks who understand that. Did I answer your question?
I will let you, she's asking if there is a time. Sorry.
All right. Hi, I have a question. So in the first thing we chatted about today with you guys was about pivot and the importance of pivot. My new venture is a pivot from my existing business that was accelerating in revenues through the pandemic. With my new venture, it is a true pivot. Does that make it pre-revenue, or does any of the past revenues substantiate an answer to the question?
Is it in the same industry, related industry?
Same industry, same product. I have just made it cheaper and accessible to the universe.
Yeah, if it's the same industry and there is a connection, yes, it's possible. Because we had one company that come up, they completely revised the software, and they said, we're going to discontinue the old software and then use the new one only. Then the old revenue doesn't make any sense because that's going to be discontinued. How many of the old customers are signing up for the new version? Something similar. How many of the customers can you carry forward? Going forward, what are you going to do? Are you going to only be selling this or also the previous one? Something like that. So we need to understand more your business model, the approach you're taking, to see whether we can include that revenue or how to value the company.
Perfect.
So if I can just add one more thing. So one of the companies that I'm involved in started in 2015. Okay, they became a unicorn last year. But when they started in 2015, their business was generating data and helping banks and universities and healthcare institutes and everybody to, manage their data better. Okay, they got lots of business, but they realized they were not building expertise there, and they were not scaling fast enough because they required too many specialists in too many areas. They took a conscious call to walk away from the banks after having businesses from like Citibank and JP Morgan Chase and all that. They walked away. They said, we can't handle this anymore. They walked away from universities after having dealt with New York NYU and Harvard. Then they walked away from there. They said, we don't want to do that. We only want to focus on healthcare. When the investors came in, they only valued it on the healthcare business, nothing related to banks and universities. But they gave them 30 times revenue or whatever, 20 times revenue or whatever crazy numbers that they had on that because they liked the focus of the management team, and they liked the fact that that solution fit in perfectly, and they liked the fact that even on that one thing alone, they can actually become a unicorn. They could see that unicorn happening when they invested it at 20, 30 million. So that's the trick.
Perfect.
Hi, this question is for Venkat and I guess everybody in the panel. So I have a healthcare startup, SaaS app startup actually. I have invested close to $300,000 in the business. Even got a pretty large publicly traded company as a customer with some cash coming in. I'm the sole so basically I've used outsourced companies in India to build the product. I had some partners on the US side or employees on the US side. They ended up becoming full-time with other companies. So my question is, as investors, would you look at it in a negative way if I find a CTO in India, because it's kind of easy to because the product is ready. I have a Fortune 1000 company as a customer.
So there is a bit of validation with real money coming in. So now the question is, I don't want to be one-person team. So I have a salesperson who is, bringing in business and all, but execution, I'm not a software programmer myself. So the question is, where do I find a CTO? Since you guys have a lot of cross-border operations, do you suggest look for CTO in India, or that's not something, is it better to find here? So just, it's kind of a question.
So I have gone through a few of these. It does not matter where you get the person. It could be India, it could be US. The more important thing is they have to have the right capabilities, number one. And number two, whoever your core team is, no two people should have the same strengths, meaning bring people with complementary skill sets. So that's great that you're saying that this is the gap that you have and you're hiring someone. Personally, I don't see an issue with, hiring people in India in that sense.
Okay, I would say one more thing in that, where is your team? Your CTO is going to manage that technology aspect of it, and therefore the proximity of where it is, the expertise, the DNA of that is going to be very important. And therefore, if you have your team in India, then perhaps a CTO there would be more beneficial than a CTO sitting here.
Yeah, all the development happens in India. Here it is mostly product development and customer interaction and all those things. So, there is nothing negative about having a full-time CTO sitting in India.
Yeah, I don't see anything negative, no.
Yeah, I think probably we can take it offline. We can talk about it more. Thank you. One last question.
Okay. Hi, I'm Hakisan Vasa. Our company is Pop White. My question is, so far our company has built up a business with our family and friends' money. We are doing about $350,000 a year, and we are in need of raising about $500,000. Should we go to angel investor to raise that money? Should we try to raise it from family and friends? And how much effort does it take for us to meet with angel investors to raise this $500,000 in convertible loan? We just want to make sure it's not going to become a very drawn-out process, and we spend a lot of our time in doing that, and meanwhile we are ignoring our business then. So that's my question.
I have a comment on that. I think part of the benefit of coming to angel investors or any investment group is you articulate your business plan much more clearly. Right now, you might be doing things a little ad hoc, you've got good business, but the fact that you have to present to an investor group is going to give you the discipline of identifying, if you got the $500,000, what would you spend it on, and what will the company grow to? So articulating that to a group of professional investors is going to give you a much more, it's going to give you a benefit because the right questions will be asked versus raising that from, say, your friends and family who are giving it to you because it's you and not necessarily because of the business. So I think there's going to be value in asking for that money. And at that point, you will then make that decision. Is it worth giving up? And I'm not sure how much you're going to give up with the company, but you will have to give something. If you're going to give up 50% of the company for that, obviously it's not worth it. At the same time, if you're going to give up a very small percentage, it's not probably worth it for investors either. So it's, again, I think go through the process, go through the plan of developing the pitch and present, and then see where it goes and decide whether it's worth it or not.
And thank you. I want to add one thing very quickly also, that if you come to angel investors, you come to us and we invest, suppose in your business, that is also a validation. It's like Vijay said correctly, friends and family, they are giving it because of you, not because of your business model. They may not even understand the business model. If we invest, we have looked at all the aspect of it. So if we say no, you would know why, and you can tweak. I mean, it's not like if we say no, then it's a death of a business. But that's what I would say. The validation is very important.
Thank you. The panelists will be available here at least for another 30 minutes, so you can always talk to them one-on-one outside this, because we are already 30 minutes behind schedule. Thank you so much. Thanks, panelists.
1 second.
Echo. 1 second.
All right. Okay, thank you, everyone. As our program ends,
To meet with you one-on-one.
thank you, everyone. As our program ends, I hope it was both insightful and enjoyable for everyone. I'd like to request a vote of thanks from Ashish Sabu, President-elect 22-23, TiE SoCal.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I hope you all had a great and informative time listening to all these esteemed speakers, as well as networking with fellow charter members, entrepreneurs, and investors. A huge vote of thanks to our team of volunteers, including Anand Mahale. Where is Anand? Anand, are you there? He always likes to hide behind the scenes, but he is one of the main guys helping us out. So thank you, Anand, and so many other volunteers. Also, all our sponsors. But wait, there is a lot of excitement still left. So everybody, we had a lot of exhibitors out there, and hopefully you visited them and put your cards in there, because I want to call all those exhibitors here, and we are going to raffle away some prizes. So please, all the exhibitors, if you can line up here. Exhibitors, Pio, Mike, CBCal, we had a few people there who wanted to raffle off the prizes, so please come. We had Toki, the miraculous toothbrush, please come. All right, Pio, come on. So please pay attention, listen to your name. If you are called, then you are in for a prize. So I will give it to Payal. You can talk about your cause, Payal, and then do the drawing.
Thank you, Ashish. So I am from Sahas for Cause, and Sahas for Cause is a non-profit organization based in Southern California. And we serve the immigrant community from South Asia. We do a lot of services. We also have a youth program. So if you have a kid and if you want them to be enrolled into research, technology programs, or any other social services, please reach out to us. Or if you have any other social concerns, you can reach out to us. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Sahas. Let's see. She is going to pick out a card and announce the name. All right, Payal, please pick my card. I like the coffee maker. Okay, CBCal is getting that. Whose card is this from CBCal? Arshad. Arshad, are you here? Oh, Arshad is right here. So, and he was raffling off another prize. See, do good karma. This is good karma, right? He is raffling and he got a raffle prize. Give it up for Arshad. He got a Ninja coffee maker. Look at that. And this wasn't fixed, by the way, okay? No fixing going on here. And CBCal is one of our platinum sponsors, and Ash is here. Also, you heard from him. Thank you so much, CBCal. And next up, Alan wants to come and give away this fine wine. So go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, thank you, Ashish. We've got a bottle of wine from Beverly Hills, California. It's a very fine red wine. If you are lucky enough to win it, you'll enjoy it. And we'd like to thank the hosts at TiE SoCal Angels. Done a great job, as always, in their events, and we very much enjoy being part of it. Thank you very much.
Do you have any business cards to draw from?
Do I have cards?
Yeah, did you collect any cards from there?
Yeah.
All right, so draw a card, man. All right. Let's see who the lucky winner of this fine wine is.
You have to be in the room or not?
He has to be in the room.
All right.
Pick on. Yeah, go on.
Ash Patel.
Ash Patel. CBCal doing good to others. Come on, Ash Patel, that's 2 in a row. Where is Ash? Ash, the recipient of the fine wine from Alan Stone. All right, that's 2 in a row, no more CBCal prizes. But I'm going to now invite CBCal to announce their prize. They have 2 gifts. So go ahead.
All right. The first gift is a $50 gift card. We've got coming up. This deck of cards has been shuffled. I'll ask you to kindly cut the deck, sir. And the winner is
Raj Lakshmi Satish from Sahas. It again goes to prove do good to others. Look at that. It's all karma, right? And you can keep that card. And the second prize is, I think, golf balls. All right, we have a lot of golfers in TiE group, so.
One more. Thank you.
All right, one more. Okay, I can't look. Okay. Getting married, doing puja, Vinod Daveji. Our in-house Panditji, Vinod Daveji, are you here? There he is. Again, a benevolent man doing good to others and getting golf balls in return. Vinodji, if you don't play golf, I am a regular, so I'll take that from you. Next up, we have Mike Mahesh Patel. All right, he has 2 $50 gift cards to raffle off, and the first lucky winner is... No, I am going to pick somebody else because that organization has got enough. Okay, V Infosys Bhagwan, Bill. V Infosys Incorporated, Bill. Are you here? Bill, going once, going twice. Bill, are you here? V Infosys? Okay. Let's pick a next one. Kanchan from Sahas. All right. All right. It's like a little family of exhibitors itself giving prizes to each other. We have a couple more. Don't despair. We still have a couple more.
one more thing.
I think, Kanchan, can you do me a favor and pick the next card, please? Maybe. Pick mine. This is crazy. Now we have Wall Street Research. John, Alan Stone's partner. John. I guess while rest of us were busy actually listening here, the exhibitors were giving cards to each other, it seems, right? All right. Thank you, Mahesh. All right, we have 2 more. And by the way, we have the open bar back there and some appetizers and the drinks. We have the drinks coupon for you. So please, the wine is free and we have drinks coupon. Don't pay there. Either contact me, Anshuman or Anand for the ticket. And next up is Curry Kitchen. Our 2 charter members are partners in Curry Kitchen and they are going to drop a card. I hope you enjoyed some of their avocado bhel and what was that? The mousse. The Thandai mousse. So pick up a card, man. All right. And what are we raffling?
$100 of meal at Curry Kitchen.
$100 of meal at Curry Kitchen. Mohini and Nimisha, Bombay Made. Bombay Made. Yes, they are here. And by the way, Bombay Made is the official gift partner of TiE SoCal as well. All these beautiful gift bags you have been seeing all day long have been done by Bombay Made. So give it up for Bombay Made. Okay. Do we have anybody else? So we have Sonal there. All right. Here. Yes. All right. So last but not the least, because we ate so many goodies today, so you need to have a good dental health. So that's why we purposely kept Sonal last, because she has an amazing product. She is going to talk about it and then raffle it in a very different way, because she did not collect many cards.
But I am going to raffle. I have.
Oh, she got the cards. All right. So talk about your product first.
Hi guys. Hello. May I please have your attention for a moment? All the backbenchers in school. So first of all, thank you very much for your support. Thank you, Gaurav. Where is Gaurav? Gaurav very generously came and bought 10 of Tokis. So this is just a product. I don't think there's too many people who are paying attention, but it's a patented product. It's a patented toothbrush with an attached sliding tongue scraper. And thank you everyone for the great support that we've received. We really had a lot of people come up to our stall and buy it. And had it not been for Anshuman and of course Ashish, we wouldn't be here. So thank you so much. And I'm going to pick the cards.
All right. So here, 2 Tokis being raffled now. Pick me.
Who is this?
Another Sahas.
Oh my God.
Payal Sani. Come on, you have to pick another one.
Yes, another.
No more.
No more Sahas. This is like.
Yeah, it's like a exhibitor fraternity here. Yeah.
Ashish, don't say anything against women power today.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, All right, the last and final Toki goes to.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, that goes to none other than, fittingly, Anshuman Sinha. Not that he really needs dental hygiene or anything. I'm not implying anything. Well, that concludes our official program. Thank you everybody for being here. Please enjoy the drinks, appetizers. We will probably put on some Bollywood music here and let the night grow. But thank you so much and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye. And drinks, as I said, the drinks are free. So please take a coupon and enjoy some drinks and appetizers.
Yeah.
Thank you. और ये रह गए ना? कौन? क्या करना है? ये सारे इनका क्या करेंगे?
वही टेबल पे जाके दे देते हैं.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Take one picture.
Yeah, take a picture.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Darshan, I couldn't see him.